right, good evening, everybody. Welcome in. It's Tuesday night, and that means there's no box art showing. That's what that means. Hang on a second. What the heck? How is everybody today? Welcome. Where the hell? There it is. Crutus, Lazy Crypt, Killick.
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. That's a lot of nuts!
Red Brown, Wolf Soul. It's good to see you all here tonight. Welcome in. First of all, let me start with this. I've made some changes, some small changes to the stream. They're mostly audio commands. Like, for example, hello now should be random. There should be only two. I'm going to add more.
Any more coal can be broken off.
I'm going to add more over time.
Hello, hello.
And there should be 5 seconds per user, meaning you can't spam it yourself, but multiple people can spam the command individually. So you can have like 5 people do it all at once. It'll play all 5 of them back to back.
Ahoy!
There it is. There's the random. Also one for dead.
Impressive.
Thank you. Not that it's that impressive, but I appreciate it. Also for dead. This one is weird. This one has, I think there's one audio clip that for some reason won't play, and I couldn't find it. I thought I fixed it. So I'll sort that one out. I thought I had it fixed. And what was the last one? I put it in Discord. What was the last one? There you go. Yeah, those commands are still there, but that'll actually play.
You are so dead.
You're dead.
Yeah, there's one sound that isn't playing for some reason, so I need to figure out what's causing that. Yeah. And then there is, let's see. Oh, meow. That's what it was.
Meow!
And there's only 2 meows right now.
Meow!
That's the new one. Hey, Peter Steves, how you doing over there on YouTube? Found out you got a short work week, but you won't gloat because you'll be one day eventually be in my position to work 40 plus hours a week. Yeah, well, my situation's a bit unusual. How's it going, man? And I'm glad to hear you got a short work week. I'd love to have a shorter work week, especially after the past 2 weeks. How you doing there, Echo? Ugh, word, right? So obviously I got one to fix. I've also got an interesting. Hey, Skyfall, how you doing over there on YouTube? Good to see you. One other change that won't really get tested until we end the stream today is I cleaned up the ending scene. I actually put the right ending card or screen card there so that it shows the schedule, and also has potentially credits to run. So if you want to hang around and see if that works out the way it should, instead of like lorem ipsum kind of stuff, I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't break, but we'll see. I've never successfully managed to get credits to work on any bot I've ever used. I'm just not smart enough for that one, I don't think. That one has always escaped me. So that's the changes that I've made. Those are mostly small and somewhat insignificant, but cool. And let's see. And Rock of Ages that you heard at the beginning. This is a slightly different version than what's on Discord. It's the stereo fields widened, the instruments are split, and there are some other minor adjustments made, mainly just trying to get the bass to stand out a little more without raising the volume. I don't want to make the bass any louder than it is. I think it's good where it stands. But it has some really cool movements in it that I like, and I wanted to be able to hear that a little clearer. And this helps quite a bit. All right. Crimson Diamond. We are, I think, almost done. I don't know how much is left. Where the heck is my Crimson Diamond? Oh, there it is. Okay. Hey, Aziz. How are you doing this morning? Or this evening? Morning. I don't want to rush this too quick. Let's see. You're good, good, awesome. Just about to start up some Crimson Diamond here. I was just thinking before I got the stream started, I think I'm getting pretty close to the end of the game. Or at least I better be. I mean, we're on stream, what, 6, I think, for this, day 6? Yeah, day 6. And I'm really kind of looking forward to getting back into Tales of Monkey Island. I really don't want this game to end because I love this game. I'm having a really good time with it. But we also need to finish up Tales of Monkey Island and, continue moving this along. Well, anyway, Crimson Diamond is now also on GOG. So even if I finish it today, as much as I'd like to do it Thursday, I'll be doing, not that I have a problem doing a release stream for this game, but I'm going to be doing a release stream for Resident Evil 3 this Thursday, but I'll be doing Crimson Diamond next Thursday. You hear that echo? I already know what game I'm going to play. It's already set up. The card's already done. Everything's ready to go. It just... More than a week in advance. Yeah, a week and a half away. I've already decided what's going to be on that stream. In fact, I'm going to go in and add that to the schedule right now. Our E3, yeah. The release is on Wednesday. And Wednesday night, I think they said, I'm not sure exact time, but in any case, yeah, it's supposed to be on Wednesday. So I'll be streaming it on Thursday night on GOG.com, 7 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. Oh, 4 a.m. Eastern Daylight on Wednesday. Oh, okay. So really early in the morning, Wednesday morning. Awesome. What was I going to do? I got distracted. Early, yeah, exactly. Early. Darksaber's doing a very early release stream. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I figured somebody would have to be doing that. Because it wasn't me. I was going to put the schedule on. That's right. I was going to put... Let's see. So next... Well, this Thursday's the 26th. Following is October 3rd. There we go. Now it's updated on the official schedule for GOG.com as well. So that's added. Just play UFO 50 for the rest of your life. I've been kind of lurking in Tom's channel. That looks like a really cool arcade multi-pack. I mean, I obviously haven't seen all of the games in it. I mean, there's 50 games. There's a lot there. But it reminded me of a far superior version of this kind of stuff. You remember these? Anybody ever seen these or even bought any of these kind of games? Games for Windows. What? Not really. You buy this stuff at like Walmart or Target or something like that, and it would come with like supposedly, 1,000 games, or in this case, 500,000 games. And it ended up being sort of a fib because it really didn't have all the games in it. Coffee was rather upset. So yes, see. How you doing, Vin Hallen? Chief Lazarus, good to see you there. How you doing today? But, yep. So anyway, so Crimson Diamond on October 3rd, 7 p.m. on GOG.com. So even if we finish Crimson Diamond today, well, I'm going to be playing that again next week. Oops, let me bring that camera back down. I remember buying cartridges for the 2600 and had 200 games in them. Yeah, and they were so tiny. Speedrun it. Izzy's, I'm kind of tempted to push for me to be able to play the game to completion because I think I can finish it in about 2 streams. The puzzles in it clicked, and maybe they're just a little easier than some of the Sierra titles that it's trying to be like, or I should say. But at the same time, the puzzles that I struggled with, I'm not going to forget how to finish those puzzles. Not a week later, like the fingerprints and the shoe prints and all that kind of stuff. So I think I can get through it pretty quick. Oh, yes. I love it. Look at my YouTube bot going crazy. Thank you so much, Diddleman, for kicking so much butt. You have received a moderation strike. I love it. Board Game Heaven made something for retro streamers over 40 you can pull from his Discord if you want. Ooh. Let's see. There he is. 40-something streamers. Oh, my God. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's funny. Oh, no. Peter Steves, don't do that. What? What? Peter Steves, no. What did you do? Oh, no. Don't do that, man. Sorry. Oh, no. Go, bot, go. Oh, no. Sorry about that. Be careful of the moderation. I had to get kind of stupid. Let me see if I can remove the strike for you, because I know that wasn't intentional. Or at least not for that purpose, anyway. Oops, that's quotes. That's not what I'm looking for. Can I remove strikes? How do I do that? Yeah. So, okay. Skyfall, you've seen it. How you doing, Mar? Just quick hello there. Correction. 3 floppies. Oh, my God. Which could fit the whole Atari 2600 library into less than 2 floppies. Lazy Crypt, considering how much garbage there is that was released, the shovelware that was released for the Atari 2600, that says a lot. Hey, Mar, good to see you there. So Peter Steves and for Skyfall, anybody else, if you're aware, you may already be if you've been in the channel for a while, but we have trolls that hit my YouTube chat every single time I stream, and it's really weird. And they post this bizarre, like almost word for word, extremely bad English message, and it's just harassing is really all it is. And I got tired of hiding it, so I set up my bot to actually grab some of those particular words. You're a friendly troll. See, I don't mind friendly trolls. Harassing trolls, on the other hand, like that don't really contribute anything positive to the community at all. I don't like those. You contribute positively. No, seriously. To me, a troll is someone who doesn't contribute positively, just simply goes in and tries to wreck the place, and that's what they're doing, just trying to make it a bad place for people to go. And I don't need that in that channel. Anyway, so some of those words are just really badly written. Like, for example, gone is Gon, here, Heer, elite, Eleet. I thought he was your arch nemesis, like another retro YouTuber. I have no idea if this is like a bot or what it is, Skyfall. Neither, Neether. So I ended up just going and adding a bunch of these words. Here I am given this. Yeah, I should just shut my mouth because I'm telling him how to fix this. Yeah, I do. I just live stream over to it. The primary reason, Mar, is why not take advantage of another area where people are able to view my stream that maybe they don't like Twitch or can't get to Twitch or whatever. But at the same time, it also saves me an awful lot of work. I don't have to send the video over to YouTube, update the labels and everything on it, and give it a thumbnail. I can do it all from the stream, and then I can just make adjustments if I need to, right? Takes notes, yeah. See? Are you glad? You used to talk to text on words you can't spell. Yeah, I mean, if I've ever been in Trout Stream, you see I control to the max. Yeah, all of you know I've been in Trout Stream. No. I mean, if you want to use Trout's, Kilgore Trout's channel, yeah, there's trolls there too. There's an awful lot of them. Did I listen to the song Board Game Heaven added to retro streamers over 40? I didn't, no. I didn't even know he had one. I see it.
40-something retro streamers, 40-something retro streamers, 40-something retro streamers, bunch of old geezers on Twitch.
A bunch of old geezers. God, I feel really old. That's pretty awesome. Oh, thank you, Izzy's. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Yeah, any follows I can get over there are great because as it stands, I'm actually not doing too bad. Because all it really was just a storage space for me to put my old VODs for Twitch, and well, that was it. So it never really got any growth. I think I had like 30 subscribers when I started live streaming to it about 8 months ago, and now I'm up to 176, 177, which isn't exactly super high. But that's huge growth in my opinion. At least for me anyway. Maybe not for Mr. Beast, but you know. Anyway, let's get some Crimson Diamond going. I'm ready to get this game started and finished if we can. Hey, Izzy's. You raked yourself. And Peter Steves, I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if he can't even see the chat, I guess. I don't know. Maybe you can. But Peter Steves, I am so sorry about the mod getting you. I was trying to see if I could figure out how. Where's the users group? Looks like when I started Crimson Diamond, the game didn't launch. Oh, there it goes. That was weird. That took an awful long time. There we go, I think. That's not what I was looking for. Izzy's be like you. They're everywhere. Okay. And there he is. Okay. It doesn't look like there's anything on there that I need to worry about, so I guess he's okay. But yeah, sorry if I'm seem a little over focused on him. I don't want to ban people. I don't like banning people. I'll get rid of the trash, but no, Peter Steves he's a good guy. He's one of the good ones. Hey, Epic, how you doing there? Captain Curly Hair. Oh, how you doing? Wait. Speaking of Kilgore, he is going to stream your backed game tonight on GOGCon. What's that? Backed game. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I just figured out what I could do about Peter Steves. I could just check the GOG schedule. Oh, let's see here. You got to watch when he starts at 10 p.m. I'll be in bed, man. Hey, Talvatin, welcome in. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Yeah, I can always check the GOG schedule. If he's, let's see, is he streaming on GOG tonight? Is that it? When you said 10 o'clock, I was assuming that would be on his own channel. Oh, I see. Now I know which one you're talking. That one looks to be reforged. Streaming. All right. Now then, I don't remember exactly. Let's see. We can do review. Review. It's up to me to figure out what's happened here. Can I link anyone to what's gone on inside the smokehouse? What are all these fragments on the table? What about the walls? Anything informative there? We've already figured that out. Streaking even. Why are you streaking? This is a no streak. Oh, this is a streaking channel, I guess, huh? Stream streak, that is. Welcome, welcome. Dealing with bots and accidental moderation. Yeah, I hate losing good folks. Sorry. And let's see. Inventory. You thought this was a pantsless channel. Puts pants back on. Hey, look at it this way. If I can't see you because, well, it's the internet, I don't need to know. I mean, now, you can really imagine exactly what kind of condition people watch streams in. Let's see. Evan possibly has been taken to the Garnet Mines. Okay, that's right. Ask lodge inhabitants about the symbol in the smokehouse. In other news, you bought a new old camera just before I started streaming. Oh, really? Really? Are we talking like a computer camera? Or are you talking about like a really nice, like professional photography camera? I mean, what? Peter Steves. Hey. Are you able to? I don't know what just happened in chat. Well, I know what just happened. But in YouTube. Are you able to chat in YouTube? Is there something? I'm trying to figure out what I need to do to fix that. Unhide. There we go. That's how you fix it. Okay. I've just learned new moderation in YouTube. Yes! Okay. Learning's fun. Used to, you was trolling. Yeah, I am. No. You're fine. You are absolutely fine. I know that wasn't you. You typed one of the words in response to what the bot said, or the troll bot said. And that's what nailed you just before the bot took you out too, I guess. So I did manage to unhide you. There you are. I couldn't figure out how to do this whole modding on YouTube yet. So I am so sorry for that. And if anything, it's my bad. Okay. You love Star Wars? Yes. How you doing, Gary?
Nerd!
Hey, Winter Slice. Oh, wow. I hadn't seen one of those in like 20 years. Well, maybe not that long. Maybe more like 10 or 15 years. Is that it? That is one of the mini disc ones, right? Doing well. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, doing pretty good. Glad. I'm just glad today's over with. Half an hour late. Oh, we did. I just got started, and I haven't really done anything in the game yet. Trying to figure out what the heck is going on. You know what? That didn't work. I was hoping maybe if I maximize the window, it would look better, but no. How come the game window is so small? I know, that's what I was trying to figure out. That was my issue. Because, oh, you know what? I wonder. So I have the GOGCOM version installed. Zoom, enhance. I have the GOGCOM version installed and the Steam version installed. And I was playing around with the video settings in the GOGCOM version yesterday. And I wonder if that somehow messed with the settings in Steam. If maybe it's a registry entry and it's reading the same registry lines. The funny thing is there is no settings control.
Shoot him now!
There is there is no settings control in the Steam version that I could find. Actually, I say that. Have I really tried to find it? It might be in the folder, so you might have to go dig it out manually. But the GOG version puts it under additional executables if you have GOG Galaxy installed. It's also taking forever to load for some reason. Well, come on now. Are you going to launch? If it's my stream, it's a tech issue. That's for sure. I don't know why it's doing this. Hang on a second. Show folder. And I say doing this. It's not doing anything is what it's not doing. Oh, crap. There we go. Ah. It still won't load. What the devil is going on here? Ah, there we go. All right, so here, I'll show you what I'm looking at, and then you can actually follow along with me. So here it is. This is the Crimson Diamond sort of hidden settings option. You go into the advanced, you got multiple render options. You can start in a windowed mode. I have it set to 1280 by 1024, but for some reason, maybe that's what I. Oh no. Maybe that's what I need to do. Stretch, preserving aspect ratio. And that's probably what it was. So I'm going to hit save. Okay, now let's see if this makes a difference. The Crimson Diagnostics. And yes, it's going to take forever to launch. I have no idea why. Don't hammer the Crimson Diamond. Crimson Diamond is canceled. Time to play more Shadowgate. You know, I had a good time with Shadowgate. Or Beyond Shadowgate, I should say. That game, I definitely understand why people said it was challenging. What the heck? Why are you still showing that? Really? Hang on a second. I don't know what the hell's going on with this. Here we go. And it is very blurry, too. But it did fix that. OG Shadowgate was definitely the hardest game of your childhood. Yeah. It's definitely got a softer look. I don't understand what I did to mess with it. But if you have the Steam version and the GOG version, apparently the settings are stored in registry because it's messing with the Steam version when I updated the GOG version. All right. Oh, this way. Oh, I heard a frog or something. The game hit overwhelmingly positive recent reviews. I do plan on doing a review. I don't do reviews on Steam very often. I really should. But I'm definitely going to do a review on Steam for this game, and there's no question about it. I really don't have anything negative I can say about it. I mean, sure, there's a couple of things I could, nitpick at, but mostly one of them is I'd love a true 4:3 aspect ratio just because, but that's a little more difficult, I think, to do, and of course to address in modern games. But that's pretty much it. It is oddly filtered, doesn't it? Even on your low res 360p stream, but at least you can see the gameplay now, yeah. So I'm not sure why it's so blurry. We'll save it there one more time. And I'm going to take one more look at the settings. And it keeps reverting back to my Steam. I don't know why. But that's all right. You can look at my Steam. Perfectly acceptable. There's nothing in there. Except some good games. I mean, see, you got some Assassin's Creed, The Bard's Tale. Look at that. Crusader Kings, Dark Souls, Day of the Tentacle, D&D, Stronghold. Do I have it full? It's in a window, but I hadn't had this issue with it. I've been playing it this whole time and never had an issue with it. And it seems that it's because I played with the GOG.com settings window, and I must have messed up something. And I'm not sure how to get the setting back. In other words, I should have just left well enough alone is what it was. Have I tried turning it on and off again? Yeah, something like that. Time to purge the registry. I spy Disco Elysium. Yes, a Doom Eternal. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I actually want to play Disco Elysium. I've heard great things about that game, and I want to say that was one that Free Needles played, and I remember watching, and he had a good time with it. I did it. Yeah, I did a Ghostbusters You Cross the Streams in a weird way. All right, finally it popped up. That is so strange. It doesn't really appear that there's any settings I could have broken. I did turn two things on. Let's see if this makes a difference. Yeah, it's what I've heard, Epic, and what I remember seeing is that it is very much it talks to you throughout the entire game, like it's talking at you the whole time. Of course, it's also apparently pretty political in its themes, but I've heard the story is really, really good. Disco Elysium is great. You played it. Moved all my windows around. I hate it when it does that. Oh, that's much better. Okay. Much, much sharper. Look at that. That is so much better. Okay. I'm happy with that. Let me fix the capture. There we go. Anyway, Disco Elysium is great. You played it on release. Very little voice acting. They did a free update to the game, giving it full VA, and it is a great game. The only sad thing is the publisher screwed the studio hard. Really? Oh, yeah, that's not unusual. Sadly, Disco looks rather mature. Not that I can't handle it. Yeah, it's got a very mature theme to it. But it seems to be really focused on sort of philosophies and things like that. That seems to be a major portion of the subjects. But anyway, so we're back to a nice, sharp, clear. So I don't know what was going on before. What I did was I changed 2 flags. That was it. Render sprites at resolution and smooth scaling of sprites. And they look much better now. I don't... Oh, she's not done with my investigation in here. I need a way to tie Nessa and Corvus to this scene. Finding fingerprints would be great, but there aren't many smooth surfaces in here. Okay. Inspect. It is still time. Well, that's sadly normal for this game because it's actually in a widescreen format. What I can do, give it a little bit more girth. Usually, what I do, just because this is kind of important for me, anytime we scale a capture or anything really in OBS, it begins to start, it interpolates pixels. So it starts to get softer and things like that. And there's different ways to interpolate different, I guess, algorithms or formulas or whatever they use, filters. And some look a little better than others. I usually try to go pixel to pixel. So if it's, say, for example, it's 1280 by 1024, I'll usually set the capture to 1280 by 1024 just so that there is no scaling. The only time I make adjustments would be for certain DOS games that were originally displayed in a slightly squished resolution from what it was originally in, because most of those were done in like sort of a wide, and then they squish it inwards to make it 4:3, and then you get that look. But in this case, it just makes it look blurry. But anyway, that's as big as I can get it without hiding stuff. Let me drag it all the way to the edge. Let's just go full on. Just a slight border between me and we'll go 95. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. That's not bad, is it? It's not ideal, but it's not bad. Pardon me. Okay. So here's the weird thing. Now maybe I actually didn't come in here after I spoke to somebody, and that's what triggered this, but I can't leave the smokehouse yet. Apparently there was some stuff that I haven't found yet, or some things that have appeared since I left the first time and went and talked to people in the lodge that has triggered this message saying I shouldn't leave. Who knows who could tamper with the stuff in here if I don't get all the evidence first. So I guess I need to look for clues. X pot. The large iron pot doesn't benefit from closer examination. X table. There are jagged fragments of Jordan almonds scattered all over the table. Pixel doubling for pixel art. Langsos for everything else. Yeah, I'll usually go point, at least for OBS. The point filter seems to do pretty good. Some other options. We do have Langsos, of course, which is, I think, what it defaults to. I usually disable it or I'll go point if I have to, because point keeps it relatively sharp. Those are almonds that look like pieces of glass. Yeah, they'll cut you like a piece of glass. Jordan almonds are deadly weapons. Of course, it has the ever-loved bicubic and bilinear. And I hope you recognize the sarcasm there. Why in the world would Jordan almonds... Okay, let's see. Meet X symbol. There's a circle within a circle symbol on the wall. The smaller circle is filled in with red sticky substance. The red color looks a bit gory until you know that's just raspberry jam. Hey, the almonds are a deadly weapon in this game. Yeah, they are a deadly weapon in this game. They'll kill Evan if he gets them. Even if he touches them, they could kill him. Okay, what else can we touch in here? X salt. Yeah, we already did that. Oh, okay. Let's see. They look incredibly appetizing to you. At least Bicubic barely needs any resources. That's true. But yeah, for the most part, I don't really use hardly any of the filters for that. I try not to. I try not to use any filters when capturing. And the reason for that, I guess, is probably controversial. I know some people don't like the overly sharp look of DOS and console games on LCDs. But at the same time, if I make an adjustment, who's to say that the people who want to see something a little softer or more appropriate are going to agree with it? They may not like the way I did it. So I'd rather leave it sharp. If they want to mess with it, they can mess with it on their ends. Can't wait until something like RTX video scaling becomes standard. It looks really good for AI upscaling, much more natural than something like Topaz Video AI. I haven't seen the Topaz Video AI, but I mean, the RTX video scaling is already kind of a thing in games. The whole concept of rendering something at a lower resolution and then using the AI to, or the RTX engine to scale up the image to a larger resolution so that it's less work. I can't imagine how that's less work, but either way, one way to make the game look better on a lower end system. Who knows? Oh, I heard an owl. Okay, so let's see. X floor. Thanks to your loop, you can clearly see the yellow fibers on the floor of the smokehouse are from hempen rope. The fibers have broken off into small twisted strands, possibly caused by friction. What or who could have done this? Could it be that Mr. Richards was tied up here in the smokehouse? Oh, uh-oh. The video scaling also reduces compression artifacts, so there is some differences. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't understand hardly any of that stuff, but it is kind of interesting when I find them in the settings. Like Warhammer 40K, Darktide has it, and I don't understand any of the settings in there. It's just too much for me. You can also clearly see cookie crumbs on the floor. These look like crumbs from the cookies that Jack was baking earlier. I even seen bits of jam. Get fiber. Get crumb. Let's see. Do we have any more of that tape, or is that gone now? No, we got the tape. Okay. Apply tape to symbol. Dust symbol. Dust pot. Large pot is already blackened and caked with ash from years of smoking meat. Trying to acquire prints from it would be fruitless. It was a good thought, though. Dust table. Dust leg. Dust barrel. Dust meat. Look meat. Get Jack. Yeah, right. And an entire sack of salt. That must be where Twitch Chicken lives. It burns. Dust pot. Dust fish. Dust wall. Dust doorknob. Dust door. It mentions fingerprints, but oops. When I leave, there's no telling who could come in here and tamper with the scene inside. I don't think I'm done with my investigation. I should examine the inside of the smokehouse more closely. Fingerprints would be great, but there aren't many smooth surfaces in here. Duh. An array of smoked meat and fish are hanging out to dry. A work table with deeply scratched work surfaces against one wall. You see a big bag of salt, a barrel, and a large pot. The smokehouse is in disarray. Debris covers the table and the floor, and there might even be something on the wall. Just want to share one thing with you guys. You got into school. Finally, you can start to study. Ooh, nice. What are you studying for? The rough stone walls of the smokehouse, much like the floor, have been blackened by smoke. You can barely make out a symbol on the wall and under the table. Okay, X wall. There's the symbol. Empty salt. Studying the blade. Rock salt. Okay. Inspecting the Jordan almond fragments through the loop, you can see the conchoidal fractures in the candy shell that remind you of the sharpest obsidian. I know that Mr. Richards is
Hello, I am your host, Bitterman. Welcome to Bitto Beats FM.
Real estate technician. I'm not sure what a real estate technician is. I mean, I know what real estate is. Are you saying like you're going into school to study to promote and sell property? Is that what you're saying? Or is there something else that a real estate technician would do? Technically, this is real estate. Nessa could seriously threaten Mr. Richards' life with those Jordan almonds. Would she go that far? Okay, dust almonds. You carefully dust the Jordan almond fragments. Oh, there we go. Amazingly, you're able to recover a partial fingerprint from one of the larger pieces of Jordan almond. Ah, okay. Apply tape to almond. You carefully apply a bit of tape to the partial fingerprint you revealed on the jagged piece of Jordan almond. You mark the back of this fingerprint as evidence taken from the shattered Jordan almonds found in the smokehouse. Review. It's up to me to figure out what's happening here. Inspecting the Jordan almond fragments through your lube, you can see conchoidal fragments. We already did that. After comparing the partial fingerprints you obtained from the Jordan almond pieces, you conclude Nessa is the one who crushed these Jordan almonds in the smokehouse. It was Nessa in the smokehouse with the Jordan almonds. You'll take care of the buildings like water, electricity. Ah, okay. So kind of like a property manager, I guess, for property that's... No, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. There are like building managers. We had a similar role at one point years ago with where I work when we still had a building. We had an individual who was responsible for all of that. He either would perform some minor maintenance himself, or he had contractors that he could bring in to do like ceiling repairs, wall repairs, flooring repairs, whatever. It's a building with lots of people in it. Stuff gets broken, things fall over, that whatever.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Aha! I think I figured it out. Nessa crushed the Jordan almonds on the table. Mr. Richards is allergic to nuts. Could it be she was trying to weaponize them against him? Maybe that's why Nessa brought the Jordan almonds in the first place. She could have been scheming this entire time. Judging from the frayed rope fibers, Mr. Richards could have been tied up in the smokehouse after he disappeared from the jetty. I think Mr. Richards partially freed himself and painted a symbol on with a raspberry jam. He took care to conceal the symbol under the table. It could indicate where he was taken next. The symbol looks like the thumbprint cookies that I saw Jack baking, and their middles were filled with raspberry jam. I remember Jack saying that Mr. Richards likes to stash the cookies in his pocket. And I did find cookie crumbs on the floor in the smokehouse. I know that another name of the thumbprint cookies is Halengrata. Halengrata means raspberry cave in Swedish. So if Mr. Richards is trying to help find him, wait, Mr. Richards. So if Mr. Richards is trying to help people find him, then he's in a place that would be like a raspberry cave. Garnets. He must have been taken to the garnet mines. What's Nessa planning? I don't have a good feeling about this. I need to talk to Jack. Maybe he can help. I should talk to Nathan and Jack about all of this. Are you sure? Are you really sure? She used the Swedish word for them. Yeah. Okay, we'll go save. All I want to say to that is Bueller. Bueller. Okay, where was Jack? Rough translation would be Raspberry Cave, Halengrata. Yeah, that's exactly what she was using here. And it was supposed to be Garnet Mines, Raspberry Cave, right? Anybody? Okay. Oh, I'm not even sure. How do you pronounce that? I mean, Buller, but I'm not sure how the O would be pronounced there. I'm awful with that kind of stuff. Like you spell it. Cot Buller? I don't want to insult people. That's the thing. You know? You grew up eating those cookies. Memories are coming back now. Hey, Skyfall, I see life moves at you pretty fast. If you don't stop to smell the roses every once in a while, you could miss it. You've got a point. Oh, okay. So, Buller. Oh, there's Jack and Nathan. Tell about Smokehouse. You're trying to sound that out, and it's tough, right? Yeah, we don't really have. I mean, we might have a syllable that would sound like that, but I'm not sure. And there's really not an easy way to put it in chat. Yeah, that's right. Skyfall. That was Judge Reinhold's words, wasn't it? No, that was Ferris Bueller's words. Sorry, he was talking to Judge Reinhold because he was always so uptight. Been a couple of years since we watched Ferris Bueller, but we have seen it recently. Tell Jack about Evan or Nessa. If Nessa was a nicer person, I'd say that. Okay, tell Jack about Evan. You heard you were feeling ill. Headache, fever, and a chill. Oh. All he wants is peace and quiet. It's not what I'm trying to get you to do, dude. Come on now. Tell him. Tell about fingerprint. Tell about almond. I studied rocks with softer. Jordan almonds are nearly as hard as rocks. Nuts are wholesome. Yeah, we've already gone through all that. Nessa could seriously threaten Mr. Richards' life with those Jordan almonds. Would she go that far? That's not. That's not it. Some British accent have that O sound, but you don't think that would help. Yeah, probably not. We'll be right back after these messages. Check out the new Be Right Back music. See you in just a few. Right. I know we got about a minute left on these ads, but I'm back. Let's see. What were we saying here? Regular, ordinary Swedish mealtime? Been a while since they stopped. But it was fun while it lasted. I don't know what that is. You listen to a lot of music from Sweden. You don't know what they're saying, but you like how it sounds. It's amazing how many people I've heard say they learned English just by watching American TV shows in their own country, of course. And the same with some music. You just got a Firefox ad. You must be running it in Chrome. Or worse, Edge. I think they were students when they did that show. Huh. Brave. Are you calling me Brave, or are you using the Brave browser? Both. All right. So here I am, trying to talk to Nathan and Jack. And this thing is giving me some lip. ROSMT was a parody cooking YouTube channel, cooking with battle axes and such. Oh my God. Mr. Fox. You guys say that, and all I can think of is Rupert Murdoch. Violent Swedish cooking. Yeah, Coffee walked in when I said that, and she says, that sounds likely. And Edge is not even the word. No, it's not. Opera used to be such a cool browser back in the day, though. Like back in the 90s, that was such a cool browser. It's a shame it's gone to crap. I guess it sold to somebody. In fact, I want to say that was Swedish, wasn't it? Wasn't Opera's original origins? I don't remember if it was Sweden or Norway or. Yeah, it's owned by China now. There is a China Now restaurant nearby. They're actually pretty good. Jack about Garnet Mine. Jack about kidnapping. China owns everything, even my skin. I mean, what? Jack about. You know what? Let's go talk to the ranger. I can't figure out what I need to say to him. I know I need to tell him about what I found in the smokehouse. It even blatantly tells me to do that. But if I type that information in there, it just seems to fight me on it, and I don't know why. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, Preacher Steve's. How's Crimson Diamond going? It's going really well. Does it feel like it's going well? It does. It really does. The only issue I'm having right now, I mean, I've had a couple of instances where I got stuck because I couldn't quite figure out what it was that it wanted me to do, and it was never anything moon logic-y. It was pretty logical. So it was just me, just didn't make sense to me for some reason, not until I saw the answer. But right now, the one consistent issue I do have is occasionally I have a hard time getting the text parsing dialogue to work the way I want it to. Like, for example, I'm supposed to go tell two people about some stuff I found. I go in there and I say, tell about this person, which is part of what I needed to tell them. And it says, you have nothing to talk about that. Yes, I do. UFO 50 has a nifty point and click horror game. Interesting. I don't even know, hang on a second. I've been watching Tom play that. Where did that come from? Here it is. UFO 50 is a collection of 50 single and multiplayer games that span a variety of genres, from platformers and shoot-'em-ups to puzzle games, roguelites, and RPGs. Our goal is to combine a familiar 8-bit aesthetic with new ideas and modern game design. Yeah, the price, $23. Well, it's $25. It's 10% off, so it's $22.50 right now. But for 50 good games, yeah, if there's 50 good games, even if it's 20 good games, that's still a really good price. I mean, you can't go wrong at like $1 a game, to be honest. And when you get to a point where it's like 35 or 40 cents per game, yeah, that's even better. But no, that's actually really cool. And some of the ones that I've seen him play look really nice, like just enjoyable arcade style games mostly. I mean, this is straight up Nintendo and Atari and 80s level arcade game magic here. I'm going to put that on my wish list for now. I wonder, we don't have it on GOG, do we? I didn't realize I closed my GOG Galaxy down, but okay, let's see. I don't think we got this on GOG. Because I think it just came out, like this week or last week. It was last week. Yeah, we don't have it. Well, if that ever shows up on GOG, I will absolutely try that on a GOG.com stream. When I first met Nessa, she was a bit standoffish, but having spent a bit more time with her, I think she's pretty mean. About Smokehouse. Tell about Fingerprint. Ranger Murdoch would probably be more interested if I told him about the objects I found fingerprints. Oh, yeah. Tell about Almond. I found these Jordan almond fragments inside the smokehouse. I think they have something to do with Mr. Richards' disappearance. Why would that be? Mr. Richards is deathly allergic to almonds. They could have been used to threaten him. I found Nessa's fingerprint on them, too. And Nessa knows about her brother's allergy, of course. That might be something after all. Okay, maybe... Oh, wait. Tell about illness? I've examined Margot's body, made some interesting observations, blah, blah, blah. Might be something after all. Not enough to get you up from the couch, of course. Garlic scent. Aches and pains that got more acute. That would be suspicious. Very well observed, Ms. Maple. You would do well as a detective. Okay, so that I think is done. Let's go try Jack again. And I'll try telling him about the rope fibers. And let's see. The cookie crumbs. Why can't I tell him anything? Just tell about... That's not the almonds I wanted to do. What are you doing here, game? Let's get seriously. Okay, tell about fingerprint. See, this is the problem. Review. I should talk to Nathan and Jack about all of this. Well, there's Nathan. There's Jack. Tell about all of this. That didn't work.
That doesn't work.
I forgot to mention, there's new sounds here, too. We have a few. In fact, I forgot to update the sound command. Oh, no. At last! Yes, there are a handful of new sounds here.
Shoot him now! Oh, no!
Waka waka!
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
My hotel's as clean as an elven arse.
These are all the new ones.
What the hell's going on here? This is disgusting.
The more direction for the words the parser once would have been nice. Yeah, that seems to be the only real drawback I've come into with this game so far. Consistent. That was Neil Breen? I was wondering who that was. I didn't even know where it came from. The hell's going on here? This is disgusting. So
That doesn't work.
You're gonna get a lot of mileage out of that one. I'm still not sure that Jack wasn't involved. I shouldn't tell him what I've learned. I found Nessa's fingerprint on this jam jar I recovered from the river. I'm not surprised to hear that typical big city attitude. I think something fishy is going on, and it's to do with this jar. I fear that Margot may have been poisoned. It would have been nice to have on Tex Murphy, too, yes, for sure. But that's all right. We'll be in Tales of Monkey Island probably pretty soon anyway, and let's see. Might and Magic 3, there'll be plenty of that doesn't work as I get destroyed. I fear Margot was poisoned. Jack's brought the ranger to the lodge. You can tell him we already did that. He's probably settling in upstairs. Okay. I'm really confused as far as what the game wants me to do now, because it's telling me I need to talk to them. It's still telling me I need to talk to all of them, but it's not taking it. And I don't know. I know it's got to be something I'm just not typing right. Oh, where am I going? This isn't where I meant to go. I meant to go to the other end. Well, thank you. I actually was really having a good time with it. In fact, I found it incredibly compelling. And I really got a kick out of doing the map for it. Like, I was having a pretty good time just mapping the game out and trying to match what was going on in the game world, like, the grass or the trees and that kind of thing, make it look kind of the painting, I guess, that it was. It really seemed to work out well. Okay, tell about poison. I think Margot was poisoned by arsenic. I heard she died suddenly. Why do you think she was poisoned? Well, I don't really have any hard evidence. I just have a feeling. I'm afraid only more than that. Okay. I don't know what it is that I'm missing here. Tell about... Wait, what? Okay. The symbol part is what gets me. It's like the whole idea of this whole symbol is kind of compelling. Ah. I found Nessa's fingerprint on this jam jar. Recover. Okay, got it. Margot may have been poisoned. Probably sitting upstairs. That's not what I want. Tell about poison. Tell about... I already did that. Almond. Ask about mine. Dangerous places, stay away. Settlers had mined these lands before they mined garnets that they crushed into abrasive powder. Once it became unprofitable, they left. That was about 30 years ago. We worked hard to erase the vestiges of those mines and restore the wilderness to its natural state. I'm beginning to think Jack really is involved, because he was readily prepared for that I don't know where the mines are. Still, the area is a dangerous place, best to be avoided. Okay, tell Nathan. Nathan. I really don't know what I'm missing here. Let's see if Kimmy's upstairs in the room. I don't think anybody's in any of the other rooms. I didn't see anybody else. Oh, wait, there's that jackass up in his room. Him. I don't know if there's anything left for me to tell him. She's asleep.
It doesn't appear as any more coal can be broken off.
Yeah, so I got to find the key as well. I forgot about the key. I once clipped Chip my tooth in a Jordan almond. Yeah. That's not what I wanted. Your loss. Yep. But let's see. What else can we do? How do we get the key out of his pocket? That's the other thing that we need to do. She doesn't want me to help her search for anything. I hate to say it. I might end up using the hint guide for this because I don't get it. I really don't get it. And I was stuck on this last week. Still didn't get it. There we go. So can he charge pants or change pants? Maybe. Perhaps. Okay, so I hate to do it this way, but I am going to kind of cheat a little bit here. What chapter are we in currently? I don't remember. Where the heck? Oh, there it is. Couldn't find my window. Okay, investigations. We already did that. We're almost certainly, I think we're in chapter 5, escalations. How do I thoroughly investigate the smokehouse scene? We've already done that. We've already got the shoe sizes. So then we have to, okay, we did the smokehouse again. Good Lord, there's a lot I could potentially miss. And this is the end of this chapter. I'm not even gonna click on any of the hints yet. Your brother and your dad tried to paint while you were gone, and the plywood sucked up the paint. Well, that's why you use things like primers. So they're paying someone else to do it. Yeah, that's why you use something like a primer. You have to choose the right primer for that. I only know that because I've dealt with that before and didn't know what the heck was going on. Oh, you know what? I am going to use this hint guide for one thing. We're going to try and figure out how to get the key. They tried, but there's also nails. Yeah, so the way you deal with nails, if you want to paint and you want to hide the nails, they do the same thing with sheetrock, really, but you countersink the nail, like just take a punch or something and just tap it once or twice to get it lower than the surface of the paint. Then you come back and you use wood filler or some kind of filler. And then once it hardens, you smooth it out, then you paint over it. That's how you get rid of the nails. But that's also work. And again, it's, like you said, just have somebody else do it. Even knowing how to do it, it's sometimes hard to get it right. Seems like a lot of money. The paint's really the most expensive part. It's time consuming. And that's really where the money comes in. Because it's not something, unless you're painting something like a bathroom, a small bathroom, you're going to spend several hours. Number one, you got to move a bunch of furniture. You got to get the cover stuff, the cover down so you don't mess up the floors. And then you got to be careful when you're painting so you don't, paint over stuff. You got to pull off wall plates and things like that. And you got to put tape around edging if you don't want the trim to get the new paint on it. That kind of thing. And it's a garage. Yeah, plus you're gonna have to clean out the garage, because if it's like most garages, I'm sure there's lots of cobwebs and probably even some dirt in the corners, because that happens a lot of times. Stuff gets piled into a corner and just gets buried. Okay. So Corvus's shoe size. Can we just pay you? No, I'm not much for painting. The coffin collection. Okay, this is kind of a challenge. I've already got Corvus's shoe size, so I'm going to click on these in case it gives me detail about the key that we're missing. Try looking around the bedroom. He's saying a bedroom too, yeah. Examine the shoes, right-hand guest bedroom. Okay, that's actually what we did. So we've got that already anyway. But how do we get Corvus's key? There are a number of things you can examine in the room at the start of chapter 4. Each will be listed below. So this is... They're in Margot's walk-in closet. You can eavesdrop on them from the boudoir. You're given the objective to search Corvus's satchel in his room, guest bedroom 1, or 2. Go there and try opening the satchel. You'll then get the objective to search for the key. There are plenty of places to search through. Search rug, search bookshelf. I want to know how to get the key. Jeez. Once you completed your search, you realize Corvus must have the key on him. You got to figure out how to get it. Duh. If the key is in one of his pockets, maybe you can figure out how to get him to change his clothes. Ah, yeah, exactly. Isn't that cool, Drew Stew? And they're good hints, too. They're not straight up telling you the answer. Okay. Dust Corvus. What can I do to get him to change his clothes? I need to, I guess, spill something on him, maybe? Is there water out here still? Look, oops, that's too many O's. Pitcher. The water glass and jug are set on Margot's side table. Get jug. Get water. You take Margot's glass for safekeeping. This could come in handy. I didn't expect that to be useful. The last of the water in Margot's glass has evaporated, leaving a white powdery residue. Ah. I wonder what this could be. Okay. Not quite as good as the Space Quest 4 hint book? Really? What was in the Space Quest 4 hint book? I don't think I ever saw that one. So that didn't work out the way I wanted. If you saw it if you played SQ4 because it's required to beat the game. I played Space Quest 4, but I didn't use the hint book. I don't see any water. You again? Yes, me again. Search basket. Oops, not basque. Basket. What do you think you're doing? Going through my rubbish? Leave that alone. Oh, sorry. Get water. Get jug. Get glass. Oh, that hint book. Gotcha. I was thinking the traditional Sierra guide. So maybe I can show him. Show glass. Show white powder. Give glass to Ranger. Show glass to Ranger. Tell about glass. Tell about Margot. That's right. I completely forgot about buying that in the computer shop. I hate that I'm actually stuck on largely a dialogue issue. It's not even a matter of I don't know what I'm doing. It's a matter of I don't know how to get it to take what I want. Well, what I want to say. Let's see. Review. Okay, I guess back to the hint guide. I don't really get this. Go to the bathroom and fill the mug or glass. I was on the right page. Okay, so we'll go to the bathroom, which is here. Get water. Fill mug with water. You fill the blue mug with water from the tap. Always the worst part of Parsha games when you feel like you have everything you need, but don't know if you're just not giving it the right word or the right word combo. Like, for example, the word use, you can't use it in this. It doesn't have it in its dictionary. So that means you have to get real creative sometimes about how you do things. Like, you can't just say use dust with glass to get it to dust the fingerprints on the glass. Instead, you have to say things like apply dust to glass, which, I mean, works and it's correct, but it's not how most people would really think of it. So it's almost a puzzle in itself. What have you done? You clumsy girl, you soaked me through. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Shaw. I'm such a lummox. Fortunately, I packed a second set of clothes, and it looks much the same as this. And that way you don't have to have multiple suits. Hurry up and change then. You need to help me find this brooch. Well, anyway, get back here, quick. Right. Excuse me, ladies. Corvus exits the room to change his clothes, not knowing what to do. You stand awkwardly and wait for him to return. All the while, Nessa continues to go through Margot's things. Soon enough, Corvus returns, clad in identical vest and trousers. There, you see? It's like it didn't even happen. But do keep away from me, Miss Maple. I don't have another fresh set of clothes. Of course, and again, I'm very sorry. Just stay out of our way, would you? Will do. Now, what's to say he didn't transfer the key to his other pocket, though? Like, he put it in his pocket for safekeeping on purpose, and he knows it's there, and that's the reason. Wait, it's this room. Yeah. Search pants. Corvus's clothes are finely tailored and kept immaculately clean. The vest and trousers are decidedly damp. You feel a twinge of guilt. Adventure game logic, right? Oh, one of the metal buttons on the vest is missing. The guilt is somewhat assuaged by the gratification you feel, finding the key to Corvus's satchel in the left vest pocket. Unlock satchel. Yes, I do. Or did, oh my God. Oh, jeez. Okay, get key. So stupid. Get key. I'll just borrow this key for a little bit. Unlock satchel. You unlock Corvus's satchel. Search satchel. You open Corvus's satchel and eagerly examine its contents. Aside from pens and a few personal items, there are 2 documents that draw your eye. There's a mineralogical report in here signed by Albert. There's also a will in here. Uh-oh. Will. The last will and testament details what should happen to Evan Richards' property and possessions upon his death. This document says that everything goes to Nessa. That's surprising, considering their strained relationship. Your eyebrows raise as you reach the end of the will. It's signed by Corvus Shaw, with Nessa Crabbe signing as witness. There's a blank line under which is written Evan Richards. It appears that Evan has yet to sign this document. The entirety of the will appears to be in Corvus's handwriting. This looks pretty fishy to me. Report. After carefully studying the report, you're surprised to conclude that despite the gorgeous penmanship and Albert Respa's florid signature, it is extremely poorly written. This is nearly nonsense. It reads like Albert inserted mineralogical words at random without knowing their meanings, and he's trying to hide this fact with fancy language. Even still, I have a hard time believing that this report was written by a mineralogical expert. The fine paper and fancy seal might fool a casual observer or harried government officials eager to rubber stamp stacks of paperwork off their desk. The report does conclude that the land on which Crimson Lodge is built is rich with diamonds. Interesting. Wait a minute. I overheard that conversation between Nathan and Albert in the boathouse. Nathan paid Albert for a mineralogical report that states that there are no diamonds in Crimson. Something's fishy's going on here, and I should ask Nathan about the report I found. I wonder what he'll have to say about that. Review. Should talk to Nathan and Jack about this. That's how you write. No idea about the topic. Just use fancy language all over it. I got Sierra. This isn't even Sierra, but it is as close to Sierra as it can get. I don't have to I don't have to use fancy language. I just do it in handwriting and nobody can read it. Let's see. Before leaving the room, you close and lock the satchel. You also return the satchel key to Corvus's vest pocket. Okay. Ask about report. I took a peek at Mr. Respa's mineralogical report. Did you know that he's concluded that Crimson has abundant diamond deposits? And how exactly did you read that report? I was told he's keeping those results confidential. How's not important? I just thought you should know. Nat should know about this, too. Go tell him what you just told me. Okay, tell Nathan about report. Why isn't it not taking it? Look, Biddle left us a clue. It's written in some sort of code. No, that's just my handwriting. Okay. I don't understand this. Tell Nathan about report. And nothing happens. I don't even get a message back. I don't know if that's a bug. or if it's running afoul of some kind of another issue. Oops. Okay. Tell about Will. I don't have much hope we'll find it. I'm not asking about the will. I'm telling you about the will. What are those mysterious hieroglyphs? And alien life form? Nah, that's just my notes. That's about the truth. I don't understand how I'm supposed to get him. Let's see. Diamonds are highly valued for jewelry. I get it. It's the hardest to know. So no, not interested in diamonds. Oh, wait. Why can't I ask him about... I don't understand this. I can't tell him about the report. I can't ask him about the report. I get nothing for it. Is that a bug? Something's not right, because this doesn't seem to make any sense. Everybody keeps sending me back here to tell these people, and I can't tell them any of it. Yeah, never talk about the report. Yes. I know he's sick. Okay. Is there anything I can miss before I go to the study and talk to Nathan? I'm sorry. I hate to do this, but this is really killing me here. It would be a good idea to check on Corvus and Nessa. Where are they? We've already done that. Search the left bed. Oh, yeah, this is looking for the key. We got that. Take the will and examine it. Take the report and examine it. You can then close the satchel, lock it, and return the key. Hey, Will Torres Score, welcome in. How are you doing today? What about... This is a good time to ask Jack and Nathan about things you've learned. Talk to Nathan progresses. Oh, talk to Nathan? Just saying talk to Nathan? Oh, my God. You're kidding me, right? Telk, talk to Nathan. I got no words. That hung me up pretty bad. It looks like he made some kind of map on this grid paper. It says Makish 3 must be the path to the alien spaceship. What is this, Tex Murphy? You breathlessly tell Nathan and Jack about your theory, what happened in the smokehouse, ending with your belief that Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mines. You think Mr. Richards was taken to the garnet mines? Those have been sealed shut for decades, which makes them a perfect place to hide someone. Near the end of the day. Yeah, having a good day and a good stream. Well, as good a day as I can have with the way things are at work. Hopefully that'll ease up after next week and things won't be quite so silly. We'll just put it that way. Sometimes the solution is so simple we overlook it. I mean, this was truly the, like, I mean, I knew what I was supposed to do. I felt bad just getting a hint for this. This was Tex Murphy. There'd be a bunch of unrelated Aztec stuff in between the map and the spaceship. We should drive out there and check, just in case. I agree. It'll take some time to prep the automobile to the carriage house. To the carriage house! I'll meet you there. I'm going to fetch Ranger Murdoch. Stay put here in the lodge, Nancy, in case Mr. Richards comes back. Somehow I can't shake the feeling that this is actually a shakedown itself. Like, he's going to go... He's involved. I'm almost certain Jack is involved now. She's not just going to sit around and wait. Why not? I'll convince Jack and Nathan to take me with them. They need all the help they can get. But before I head out, should I check in with the other folks in the lodge? The plot definitely feels more and more like Clue. Yeah, which Colonel's Bequest was very heavily kind of fit in that world. I mean, it was almost like an interactive Clue in a way. In fact, I'll tell you something. I don't know how many people saw this. The video is actually on YouTube. And you know what? I hadn't thought about this video in ages. Hang on. I'm going to divert here for a moment. Yes. Oh, man. Is this it? Is this it? It is. I want the actual video, though. This is it. Okay. Okay. I got to show you this. This is nostalgia right here. Check this out. This is a VCR-based mystery game that came out in like the mid-'80s. Looks like it says here 1985. We actually had this, and we played it, and it was a lot of fun. So imagine a game on a videotape. Oh, crap, that's loud. The VCR mystery game.
You are about to meet the suspects, weapons, and rooms of the VCR mystery game Clue. Watch carefully, and I'll be back in a few minutes to tell you about the game.
Nice use of the harpsichord, right? Notice all the glasses are filled with a colored liquid that fit the colors of the characters in the game. Yellow, blue, red, green.
Miss Scarlet, some white wine.
She'll take the red wine, because she's Miss Scarlet. There's Colonel Mustard, of course. Or I should say Cluedo for those not in the U.S.
Colonel Mustard?
Nah, probably not. I mean, it's on YouTube for one thing. Not to say that means anything.
White wine, Mrs. Peacock. Mr. Green. Professor Plum.
No, thank you, Mrs. White.
A poison. All right. good enough character introductions. I just wanted to kind of give you an idea. That is, like I said, that was an old VHS game from mid 80s that I grew up playing as a kid. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, we got that when I was about 12, I guess. 12 or 13. Okay, now then, back to our own clue. Oh, review. Maybe I should take a closer look at Albert's room. Albert stored some of of his things in the blue trunk in the upstairs closet. I wonder if anything was left behind. You remember seeing those? You did also have the DVD games like that. I've never seen the DVD one. I know, or at least I feel like there was a DVD version of Clue, but it was a different video, of course. I mean, that was very, very 80s in its aesthetic. Really pushing the technology to the limits there. I mean, in a lot of ways, you're not wrong. Winter Slice, the VCR that we had wasn't even wireless. I mean, wireless, like the remote control wasn't even wireless. You had to plug the remote control into the VCR. So you had to pause it and play and rewind and that kind of thing. And then you made notes based on what was there. You fast forwarded and rewound to a certain time or a marker, depending on whether you had a marker on your VCR or not, in order to see different scenes. It was kind of like the video cassette version of a Choose Your Own Adventure, only it was decided more by luck instead of you choosing your next stage. So we got to go up to Albert's room. What's happened here? Albert's room is a mess. Clothes are hanging haphazardly in the wardrobe. The waste paper basket is full of stuff, papers, and all his luggage is gone. He's been caught. Search basket. You can see some crumpled papers in the waste paper basket, but they don't appear to have anything written on them. He's just sat there at the desk and just crumpled up paper while we were doing all this. There's a strip of telegraph tape lying just outside the waste paper basket on the carpeted floor. Get a strip. X strip. The telegraph tape reads as follows. Carl L. Proceed to SOO Locks or Sue Locks with packages. Deliver the package by 3 a.m. Await further instructions. Who the heck is this guy? Well done in crimson. Well done in crimson. What does that mean? And who on earth is Carl L.? And then the rubber on the tape counter was slightly loose and you always stopped at the wrong part. Yeah, exactly. I never had good luck with those. You could plug the remote control into your VCR. What bourgeois decadence. Poor people couldn't even consider unplugging the remotes. I mean, in 1985, to have a VCR, that was like, early 80s, I guess, was when they were, well, actually late 70s when they first came out. They were really expensive, but they didn't start getting cheaper until mid to late 80s, and even then they were still expensive. Like, really expensive. Okay. Search wardrobe. The wardrobe still has some clothes sloppily draped on the hangers. X clothes. You methodically check all of the pockets in the garments that Albert left behind. In the last jacket pocket you find a train ticket stub. Excuse me. What's under the bed? Search rug. Search bed. A red cylinder is partially hidden under Albert's bed. Get red cylinder. You reach down to retrieve the red cylinder from Albert's bed. Uh-oh. I think this is a stick of dynamite. What? Yep, it's a stick of dynamite. Looking at it makes you sweat. And then the dynamite starts to sweat. And then you start to sweat even more. And then boom. Dynamite is not a standard piece of mineralogical equipment. It is a great way to get hold of some mineralogical samples within a really large boulder. Maybe not the approved way. You're trying to envision a wired remote control, but all you can think of is an Intellivision controller. That's kind of what it was. I mean, it was like a typical 80s device remote control with the buttons. Similar to today's, just the buttons were bigger and fewer. But it just had a really long cord. I bet you the cord was probably, I don't know.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Probably about 20 feet long. I mean, it was a long enough cable you could drape it across the room. But the funny thing about that is we actually had a TV that was probably about 8 or 10 years old at that point, and it had a wireless remote. So it was weird for it to have a wired remote anyway. X-Rug. X-Desk. You open the right desk drawers. They're empty. Search desk. The desk has small functional drawers. Albert has put a couple of geology and mineralogy books on the desk. Get book. He wouldn't appreciate that. Albert's gone. He just yelled toodles and bolted. And the remotes kind of look like Intellivision. Yeah, in a way. I mean, the remote for this one had like a rubber membrane face on it. It wasn't like individual buttons, and it was more like just a cover that went over them, and the little membrane was marked in certain places. So in a way, it kind of was like an Intellivision controller, but it didn't have the jog wheel at the bottom. That wheel that it used. Albert stored some of the things in the blue trunk in the upstairs closet. Okay, let's see if there is. The door is closed. OD. You grew up with a VCR, but too late to have any that had a wired remote. Only remember wireless remotes for both TV and and VCR. Having to point at it at a specific point to make sure the laser hit, unlike today where your TV remote is Bluetooth. I mean, there's a lot of them that are still even IR nowadays, and those can be kind of flaky, really, because you put the TV on a reflective surface, it can mess with the sensor. Generally, they work pretty good, but there's a few quirky moments. You kind of miss those membrane buttons, but at the same time, you kind of really don't. I know how you feel. I'm kind of the same way. Oh, this isn't where I wanted to go. A pretty large bedroom. There's a love seat and an armchair arranged around a low table. There's a wardrobe. Yep. No mention that Nessa has also grabbed her stuff and ran. Uh-oh. The big blue trunk's lid is up and the padlock hanging open. I wonder what was stored in here. Your granddad's first VCR was a Toshiba from 1990. That's the oldest you've ever used. Apart from the one from the rental place, yeah. They had a particular novelty to them because they were already rare to see when you were a kid. Ah, yeah. Oh, I get you. Yep. Yeah. There are some old threadbare linens lining the interior and obscuring the trunk's bottom. But by methodically feeling around inside, you discover more flypaper, a bullet, and a blasting cap. My father was in construction. I know a blasting cap when I see one. But why would Albert put these in here? Jack let Albert store his things in this trunk. He wanted to lock this he wanted to lock this all away. Some old TVs had a clicker remote that didn't use batteries. Yes. Yep. I actually used to have one. Like, I was really young, 5, 6 years old, when we got rid of it. VCR from the rental place had a massive Sony unit in the suitcase. The same as how he demanded to stay in Jack's room, the only bedroom with a lock.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Thank you for the reminder there, Winter Slice. I did forget about the ads. Seems like Albert was concerned about keeping his secrets. And he's armed. Uh-oh. He was carrying dynamite with him, too. It was wise of him to store the dynamite and blasting caps separately. He seems to know more about demolition than mineralogy. Well, that's not good. Let's see. Dust trunk. Dust bullet. X bullet. All right. I'm going to let these ads roll through. Actually, yeah. And yeah, when we get back, we'll figure out what she's got to say about the bullet. See you in just a few.
Holy crap!
I am making many new friends in Britannia.
Thank you for that follow.
Let's see. Freaking worse. Oh my goodness, we had a raid. Siphon, welcome in. Sorry, I'm a little slow on the uptake there. Welcome in, everybody. Zyvo, thank you very much for that huge raid coming in here like that. Let me back up and see what I just missed. Welcome in, welcome in. What were you playing today? You were walking away from raid is punishable by playing ZX Spectrum games for an hour. I don't know anything about ZX Spectrum. You got an ad for Disney Plus. Well, I guess there's worse things you could get, right? Knows what the Trout is playing on GOG. Yep. Snapdragon for you. Old style gaming. Yeah. Amstrad Games for 1 minute. Arnie the Viking, oh my God, it's literally been years. How have you been? It has been ages. Trying to make Zyvo raid you, and then this happens. That is hilarious. We had a raid. We certainly did. Darn your timing. Viking me hopes. You got Manscaped. Actually, check it in.
I am making many new friends in Britannia.
Thank you for that follow. I appreciate that.
Thank you for that follow.
It's a home computer designed for the... Oh, yeah. Really, but you'd benefit. Yeah, not really.
I am making many new friends in Britannia.
Across the sea with Scandi red, white, and blue.
Thank you for that follow.
It's like a chunk. Well, welcome in. Everybody that came in with Zypho's raid. My name is Bitterman, and we generally play old PC games, but right now we're not playing an old PC game, just one that looks like it. This is called The Crimson Diamond, which just came out a little over a month ago on Steam and was released just this week, or last week, actually, I think it was, on GOG.com. So this is an easy-to-get game if you like digital releases. It's super small. It's very, very faithful to the Sierra style from the late 80s. Has a huge focus on one particular Sierra game, The Colonel's Bequest, which was fantastic and is my favorite Sierra game. So I've been looking forward to this one for years. Julia Minamata is the designer and developer and artist. The only thing that I'm aware of that she didn't do was the music, which was done by Dan Polakar, and the music is fantastic. He even did this on an MT32, an old Roland MT32, for the sole purpose of being faithful to the game's era. Anyway, it's also a text parser. There isn't really mouse interaction. I mean, you can click to move, and then there is a menu across the top, just like in Sierra games. But otherwise, you move using the cursor's keys, and you type in whatever messages you want with a limited dictionary. No, Mystic. And then my cat, of course, he has to be a little bit of a butthead. Mystic, no. He sees something on my desk and he wants it, and he's like, how do I get it? How do I get it? Yeah. Mystic, you're such a nut. Go lay down on your scratching post. No. Wrong way, buddy. Wrong way. Go on. The Amstrad CPC had a huge library of interactive fiction-type games, but so many of them in French. Interesting. That tail. Isn't it gorgeous? It's a big poofy tail. Also, a little bit more about me, just to kind of finish up the introduction. You can catch me on GOG.com. It's 7 p.m. This Thursday, we'll be playing Resident Evil 3, be part of the release stream for that. And then I'll be back on this channel on Friday at 8 a.m. with Might and Magic 3, Isles of Terra. We'll be playing Crimson Diamond on GOG.com the following Thursday. So I'll be playing this again. I love this game. If you haven't played it, if you've never heard of it, you absolutely should. It's a great game. It's fantastic. Amstrad's popularity in France is as mysterious as Spain's obsession with CGA. I had no idea Spain had an obsession with CGA. A little bit about myself. You can catch me outside. Blah! All right, let's see. When we before the raid came in, Oh, hang on a second. But the Amstrad does have a new point-and-click scum-like adventure game called The Key. Really? See, I mean, aside from I know what it is, I don't really know anything else about the Amstrad. I've never even seen games on it before. The French do have long. There are some weird high-res CGA only games out of Spain, like El Capitan Terreno game that Macaw 45 likes. That sounds vaguely familiar, and it's probably from Macaw's channel. I don't necessarily hang out in his channel a lot, but I have spent quite a bit of time there, and he might have actually talked about it at one point or even been playing it. All right, so before the raid, before the break, we were in the process of examining the blue trunk that Albert, one of the residents, the temporary residents here in the lodge, was using to store stuff in. We found a blasting cap and a bullet. We also found a stick of dynamite under his bed. None of that sounds good to me. So we're trying to examine this bullet here. Before I was interrupted by those stupid ads. I was interrupted by those stupid ads. He's onto something. The first release of the Amstrad computer had a really long keyboard. Really long keyboard. Orion Prime, that game is class. And you hate the Amstrad. I guess I'll have to look into the Amstrad and see, like, I'm assuming there's emulators for it at this point. And then see what kind of games are there for it. I just don't know anything about it. The funny thing is about PCs, really DOS games, just DOS games by themselves. You could probably play a new DOS game every month for the rest of your life and not really hit the same game twice. I mean, there's so many games on just PC alone, right? That it's easy to overlook the smaller things. Do I know the C64? I know of it. I only knew one person who owned one. That's it. That is an MPK Mini. Yes, it is. The Smooth and J. It is indeed. Good eye. Not that they're that unusual or uncommon, but if you know what they are, you know what they are. Another point and click. Yeah. And what an atmosphere. Yeah. Can Evil refuse to jump 5 struts? God. Need more C64 gaming on this channel. We've had a few people that have come to my channel that do C64s. You have one of those? Yeah, it's a terrific little keyboard, isn't it? They're really cheap, too. They're not that expensive and quite functional. Like, there's lots of features. I love being able to control the DAW using all the knobs and just be able to program them really simply. It's great. The only thing that sucks is that it's basically one-handed playing only. You can't really play with two hands. It's just not enough keys there. You're stuck within 2 octaves. So you could do it with 2 hands, but not much. You used to have an MK49 or MPK49. It's crazy Akai is still actually kind of a name, and strangely enough, fairly well known and decent. Although I don't really like MPC Studio. I didn't care for their DAW. It reminds you of Exodus. You think it's over a terabyte of DOS games in one package. Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, it's like, that's not a lot. I mean, that's a lot of games, but that's not a lot of storage, right? It has drawbacks, but really good quality and tiny. Yeah, it's got decent action. The keys are a little noisy. But I think that's just the low cost. Thousands, probably like, yeah, at least thousands, if not tens of thousands. I mean, when you go back and look at games from the 90s, for example, Might and Magic 1 was 1 floppy disk, right? Final
Final_girl just subscribed with Prime.
Coffee says, hey, Final. And I say, thank you very much for the 20 months of the Prime sub. I appreciate that very much. How are you doing? Your MPK was anything but tiny. Yeah. I mean, they made bigger keyboards, obviously full-size keyboards, and even half-size. Or what is that? 4 octaves. I can't remember how many keys that is. Making my brain work this late. More standard size synthesizer. Yeah. Turrican 2 was great on MS-DOS. You think that's the only game you've ever played really on there? Huh. But that is a beautiful keyboard. I really like that. It does have one feature that I wish this one had. This, you know, the minis have a joystick that's used for like pitch bends and controlling things, sounds, I guess. That's because of music. That's because of Amiga. I just wish it had the dial. I hate doing pitch bends on this thing. I can never do it right. Told you it was worth it. But anyway, so let's see what happened with this bullet. We're really close to the end of the Crimson Diamond, and resistance on the keys was brutal. You're now with an Arturia Keylab 61. Yeah. She's been examining that loot for 20 minutes. Hey, Kira. Get bullet. Get cap. Dust bullet. The soot slips off the bullet smooth metal casing. It was a good thought. Dust. Oops. Dust. Dynamite. You're going to call me bourgeois swine because you're jealous. It's because you... The papery casing of the dynamite has some very faint, oily marks, but its surface is too absorbent for clear fingerprints. Dust cap. You reveal the fingerprint on the blasting cap's tin. Aha! Apply tape to cap. Apply tape to fingerprint. Lift fingerprint. Oh, God. Come on. What do you want me to do this time? Apply
that doesn't work.
Tape to fingerprint. It worked on the other. X fingerprint. Oops. Fingerprint. Inspect. Not that one. We know that. X cap. You reveal the fingerprint on the tin of the blasting caps. Oh, it's a tin of blasting caps. Oh, that's a very nice looking keyboard. That's an incredible looking keyboard. It's funny how keyboards have a standard layout. And I'm not talking about computer keyboards. They always have a standard layout. But even synthesizers between brands, they always seem to put the same hardware in the same places. For bonus points, I'll have you raid Retro Island Gaming, except the time zones never add up. Yeah, Rig would be a great one to raid into. He's always great to raid into. Faders pads, yeah, the whole thing. It's always in the same place. Your father was in construction, so you know what this looks like. Okay, after comparing the fingerprint to your collection, you conclude, aha, as I suspected, this fingerprint belongs to Albert. Well, we kind of knew it would. Blasting caps are not standard mineralogist equipment. Why is that word so hard to say? Let's see. Okay. I think we've searched it, right? X trunk. You search the trunk again, but you don't find anything else of interest. I like that it did that night with that again. He was carrying dynamite with him too. Oh yeah, we already concluded that. Dust trunk. I think I'm getting the picture here. Albert isn't who he says he is. I believe he's headed to the Sulaks to sabotage them with explosives. I found a bullet and blasting caps in the blue trunk. Albert is probably armed and is fairly well acquainted with how to use explosives, seeing as he knew to store the dynamite and blasting caps separately. This doesn't bode well. And I think he tossed my luggage out of the train to eliminate my field kit, so I couldn't interfere with his sham field work. But how would he know? I need to head to the carriage house and tell Jack, Nathan, and Ranger Murdoch. Dun 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 dun. It's better than Windows who moves stuff about every bloody edition. He has been on more of a sporadic schedule, hadn't he, Echo? I noticed that. At least Arturia's all the knobs pre-map to their plugins, so they're not as useless as they usually are. Yeah, the MPK Mini does as well with MPC. You don't have to program them. I use Ableton usually, and it's super easy to program them. Like, I can set up a basic DAW and just click one button and then click on and it'll like shade each little function that it can interact with, and then I can program the pads and the knobs directly to it. All I have to do is just go and turn it, and that's it, or touch it, and then it'll program it. So it becomes sort of its own setup routine, but you can do it unique to every session if you want. Oh man. That is 80s just awesomeness right there. Right down to the computer phonic in that old font. I love it. Oh my God, that is a sight to behold. Why did the speaker grills always have to be diagonal? That is gorgeous, man. That is great. But it's beautiful. It might be garbage, but it's beautiful because it's so 80s. I haven't done any music for any games. Nah, just more of a tinkerer. It is Amstrad, yeah. It is so 80s. I just remember like Casio keyboards, like, wonder if the old Casio keyboards you used to have still exists. Because it looked cool. Okay, so we got to go. Oops, where's my window? There it is. Oh, wrong way. OD. So it's made of old tin cans and car stereo parts. Oh, what's this? The double doors have been thrown wide open. You can see Ranger Murdoch and Jack inside the carriage house. They look nonplussed. Jack, what's going on? The automobile's gone, Nancy. I can see that. Someone must have picked the lock on the driver's side door and made off with it. I think Albert's stolen the automobile. You hear a rumbling. Is that thunder? Nope, that's Nathan. He went and got his automobile. Tell me what you know on the way. Time's a-wasting. Let's go. You don't know if you asked or if Vito asked. But yeah, what were you streaming, Zypho? I don't know if you answered. If you did, I didn't see the message. It's probably some Taiwan import they rebadged. Arcade coin-op request night. Ah, nice. It's going to be a hit of tight... it's going to be a bit of a tight squeeze and a bumpy ride. It's actually Evan's father's old car. I've managed to keep it running decently well, though the shocks are pretty stiff. Decently well? It'll be fine, Nancy. Just hang on tight. So we don't get to see his car? You all pile into Nathan's car and head for the mine. Oh, we do get to see his car. Mr. Cardinal, I'm sorry we couldn't meet under better circumstances. I understand your reluctance to be involved with the authorities. It's entirely justified. Evan's in danger? I will help my friend. We can figure out the rest later. I will safeguard you from any consequences of going off reservation, I promise. Let's deal with that later. I think Albert's stolen the automobile. You do? What makes you think so, Nancy? Albert's luggage is gone. His room is a mess. It looks like he left in a hurry. Albert had so much luggage, and Jack said it was very heavy. It sure was. There's no way he could have handled all that luggage by himself. Unless he took the automobile. I think he's driving to the Sioux Locks to palm it. He's not a Belgian mineralogist at all. He's a German spy. How did she come to the conclusion he's a German spy? Where did we pick that up? And his name might actually be Carl L. Okay, fair enough. Carl L? Where did you hear that name? Found this telegraph tape and stick of dynamite in Carl's room. She casually pulls out a stick of dynamite while they're driving down the street. I can imagine the looks on everybody's faces. They're like, stop the car and get out. Does he talk in his sleep? I mean, maybe. And I found a bullet in a blasting cap at the blue trunk where he was storing some of his things. I think Carl is highly knowledgeable about explosives, armed and dangerous. No, that's a different game. Fantastic detective work, Nancy. I need to notify the appropriate authorities. Hang on while I pull out my cell phone. I'm just kidding. Follow up on this imminent threat. Also, I think Albert's got a gun. Hey, an off day. How are you doing this evening? He's been storing bullets in the blue trunk, and he's knowledgeable with explosives. He was storing the blasting caps and dynamite separately. I think you're dealing with a professional saboteur, not one that's armed and dangerous. Didn't we already say this? Serious note, all the music keyboards we had at school were literally rebadged mini keyboards by Amstrad. About 25 of them. Interesting. Got it. I'll keep all of that in mind when we confront him, Nancy. Thank you. She does love repeating herself. Please be careful. I will. I'll tell you how it goes when we meet again. Mr. Cardinal, could you please drop me off at the train station? I can send an urgent telegram for reinforcements. We'll have rangers at the Sioux Locks as soon as possible. Of course, but first, to the Garnet Mines. They're closer. Good idea. Telegrams travel faster than automobile. Albert, will take some hours to arrive at his destination. At your school, it was just Casio and Yamaha, everything down to the drum kit? Yeah, in...
So, tell me about Loon.
You mean the latest masterpiece of fantasy storytelling from Lucasfilm's Brian Moriarty? Why, it's an extraordinary adventure with an interface of magic. Stunning, high-resolution 3D landscapes, sophisticated score and musical effects, not to mention the detailed animation and special effects, elegant point-and-click control of characters, objects, and magic spells. Beat the rush. Go out and buy Loon today.
Bomb Rocky. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I like that one. It's got a long cooldown on it, so it's one of those where it's like, people don't always get into it. But it's fun occasionally. You know that was an advert for the C64. Oh my god. Hey, Bum Rocky, how you doing? The Atari had MIDI. Yeah, I saw you mention they had Amstrad keyboards plugged into a Atari STs or something like that. Was it Atari STs? Is that what you said? Something like that. They're like, make it make sense. Oh my god. All right, Nathan stops his automobile as close to the Garnet Mine as he dares. The ground is rugged, and any roads leading to and from the area have fallen into disrepair many years ago. Glad now that you came home from work. Long day. Had a big presentation today, and it went very well. Awesome. That's good to hear. I've wasted on your plinky plonky keyboard. A bit of stealth is imperative as well. It wouldn't do for Nessa and Corvus to be alerted to your presence. The consequences for Evan could be dire. You and Jack watch Nathan turn the automobile around and head for the distant train station. It's all up to you now. You played most of your Sierra games on an Atari ST. Oh, nice. That's actually really cool. I've never seen an Atari ST. I had an Atari, I always forget, 400, I think it was. That was the one with the membrane keyboard, not the actual, regular key type keyboard. But that was the only Atari that was a computer that we ever owned. You still have your Atari 7800. Nice. I was actually familiar with it, but I never had one. You had 2 Atari STs at your school music room because of their MIDI capabilities were excellent, used in your GCSE music, finals. All right, you and Jack watch Nathan turn the automobile. Oh, we already did that. All right, excellent job. Kudos on your thorough investigation technique. So we're on chapter 5 now. The mine entrance has been blasted shut. This can't be where Nessa and Corvus took Evan. Oh no, my theory's wrong. Nancy, wait a minute. This is the closest entrance to the mine. They were on foot. Not to mention, this is fresh rubble. Most likely they did use this entrance, but the entrance collapsed after them. Abandoned mines are dangerous places. We have to be careful. Chapter 6, Confrontations. I think this is the end. Nope, there's chapter 7, Conclusions. Okay. And all these people going to schools that had computers and musical instruments. Don't think I ever saw anything more complicated than a triangle at the schools you went to. Well, I mean, my high school, I graduated in 91. We didn't really have any electronic instruments. We might have had a synthesizer somewhere, but for the most part, it was all wind and percussive and strings, and that was the only instruments that I'm aware of they owned. And I was in the band, so I mean, like I said, there might have been a synthesizer, but I don't remember it being used or being used that much if it was. Let's see. How are we going to get in? I don't know. But I'm going to grab that shovel and start digging. Mystic, back up, buddy. Go back to your scratching post. Come on. You get all excited. It's something you want. When it comes to your Amiga VS versus Atari ST, of course Amiga wins, but the ST has a beat on music creation if you're a musician because of its MIDI capabilities. So many early 90s rave artists were using it. Really? I had no idea. Triads and triangles and recorders, yeah. Clavs. They still made you use clavs most of the time. Huh. Let's see. Nasty cheap plastic recorders. Of course. Jack starts digging at the rubble at the mine entrance. I've got to help Jack with this. The abandoned garnet mine looks stark and desolate in the moonlight. Debris and forgotten equipment litter the area. There is rubble completely obstructing the entrance. This rubble does look fresh. It could be that Nessa and Corvus did enter the mine from here. Jack is here. Of course he is. It doesn't mention, let's see, is that wire? Mystic? No. Back up. The reel of wire still looks pretty good considering it's been outside for years. Get wire. You take the reel of wire, okay? I wonder if I can figure out a faster way to clear the rubble. Well, I've got a stick of dynamite, some blasting caps, and we have this plunger over here. And half of them had teeth marks all over the mouthpieces from decades of use from previous classes. And you could only imagine, it's like, oh my God, the number of people who put their mouths on this thing. Disclaimer, the developer of this game assumes no responsibility or liability for errors or omissions in any process depicted, particularly dangerous ones involving explosives. Do not attempt anything in this game in real life. You've been warned. Look plunger. The plunger detonator has been weathered by the elements and looks very worn, but it might still work. Get plunger. I wonder if I can... Yes, we've got that worked out. I now have a plunger, detonator wire, blasting cap, and a stick of dynamite. I wonder if I could rig this up to blast the mine entrance open. Rig up to blast mine entrance. That really worked, didn't it? Let's see. Review. I need to figure out how to get inside the mine. Duh. Let's see what's in our notes. Examine the drinking glass. Margot's. Yep, got that. Search Corvus's vest. We got that. Blue trunk. We did that. Found a fingerprint. Holy crap! Make it explode. I'm sure they were thoroughly cleaned. Disinfected after every class, right? Make boom boom. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Actually, you were one of the helpers to get them out of storage, and the music teacher did rinse them in a tub of bleach water, so sure. Holy crap! You love how developers believe their various disclaimers have any actual legal value and raise protests when players release mods that circumvent them. In this case, she's just saying, this is telling you how to blow something up, so please don't do it. So I think that's really more of the point for that disclaimer. At least that's how I took it. Let's see. Rig up an explosive. Yeah, the blast roll from the mine entrance. Okay. Dynamite.
I am making many new friends.
Hey, thank you for that follow. I appreciate that.
Thank you for that follow.
Yeah, it's a dangerous business. Crimson's got a little cemetery, plenty of men that trade there. Plenty of men of that trade are resting there. Let's see. Tell about oops. Wire. X wire. X plunger. Plunger detonator has been weathered for many years. The wood is desiccated and splitting, and the screws are rusting. This doesn't sound good. Retro Island Gaming up an explosive? Not sure I understand, right? This copy of My Little Pony ships with the Anarchist Cookbook. Use it at your own risk. I mean, really. It's in a game that don't make it right. When the mine is opened with dynamite. 100% safe. Of course it is. Okay, so how do we get this to work? Apply wire to plunger. You need to cut the wire from the reel before you can insert it in the plunger. Okay, cut wire. Insert blasting cap in dynamite. You carefully insert the blasting cap into the dynamite. Insert wire into blasting cap. You stick the end of the wire into the blasting cap, which has been inserted into the dynamite. I would think Jack needs to move away because she's getting serious here. Like, really getting serious. The one on Ultimate Soccer Manager said, in no way does the game reflect on real soccer managers, as the game had a manager's rig match option. What? Oh my God. That's how it is here in the ULAs that need to be accepted after purchase. Legally, they are worthless. They should be. We need one of those incredibly detailed house flipper type games, except you're doing demolitions and hand making your own TNT. I'm kind of surprised if somebody hadn't done it already. Okay. Insert wire into plunger. You need to cut the wire from the reel. Cut wire from reel. I'm all set. Just need to cut the wire from the reel and insert the cut in. Okay. You don't have wire cutters right now, and you don't see any here. I wonder where I could get a pair of wire cutters. I'm so close. Would you happen to have any wire cutters, Jack? I do, actually. Perfect. May I borrow those? I mean, he just carries them around with him randomly. Here you go. And now Jack needs to move. Cut wire. Using the wire cutters, you snip the wire from the reel. Insert wire into plunger. You insert the wire into the plunger detonator. The explosive is rigged. It's time It's time to set it off. Game auto saved. Detonate. Oh, darn. Blow it up. Cheese little effect. Push plunger. Here goes. We don't move from the mine. We just kill each other. I was curious if it was going to do it. Collateral damage. I love it. I got 2 achievements for that. One of them was kaboom. Not totally unexpected. Draconic dude. How are you doing? I really had a feeling it was going to do that. Maybe step back a wee bit. Just finished co-stream with Tenderly Nice. PS1 Addict. Hey, Yuli, how you doing? Sorry, I just had to do that. Tell Jack to step back. Jack, move. Ask Jack to move. Sorry, Miss Maple, I don't know anything about that. How do you get Jack to move? Push plunger. Oops. Oh, no. Oh, no, not again.
Holy crap!
I like how she landed in the back. I just noticed her falling down into the river. Okay, get plunger. Put plunger by rock, or by boulder. How about that? Move plunger to boulder. I should put the dynamite in the rubble first. Otherwise, it'll be hard to gauge how far I can move the plunger away. Put dynamite in rubble. Jack, I'm ready to set the explosive charge. Got it, Nancy. Give me a second. Get past the plunger. Ready. You carefully place the rigged dynamite close to the rubble. Move plunger to boulder. You know, it would have been wiser for her to have just set up the dynamite, put the plunger where she wants it, and then drag the disconnected wire to the plunger. All right. Push plunger. Here goes nothing. Holy crap. Good timing, Bum Rocky. That was a bit anticlimactic. Well, it was only 1 stick of dynamite after all. Yeah, 1 stick can only do so much. Review. Fantastic. Now, there's now a hole big enough for me to get inside the mine. That means I have to go in there. It's actually kind of scary. Climb into hole. Nancy, this is really dangerous. Let's widen this hole some more so I can go too. Evan's in danger. There's no time to lose. You keep working on the rubble and follow when you can. Okay, Nancy, you're the boss. Oh, God, she's the boss. Tony Dancer was the boss. That's right. This is safe. Hey, Hummaker, how you doing? This is not safe. Wait, before you go, it's going to be dark as night in there. Darker even. Take this lantern. Sarah, are you going to bring it to me? Jack lights the lantern and hands it to you. Shut up, bro. That is a great movie line right there. I don't know if it's ever been used, but that's great. I've got another one. Don't you worry. You're not the only one with big pockets. Good luck, kiddo. Thanks, Jack. I don't think Jack's motivations here are malevolent. I think they're benevolent, but I think he's up to something. You squeeze through the small hole in the rubble and enter the mine. Oh, wow. Seeing the lantern's light reflected brilliantly on the thousands of red crystals embedded in the walls, you're suddenly reminded of why you traveled to Crimson in the first place. If the situation wasn't so dire, you'd be dazzled by this cave of natural wonders. Instead, the red gleams look like blood is beating on every surface, just waiting to fall. You shiver. Toronto feels like it's 1,000,000 kilometers and 1,000,000 years away. Oh dear, it's so dark in here. I need to figure out which way Nessa and Corvus have taken Mr. Richards. What you need is a way to get back to that entrance because you're going to get lost in there, lady. That's for sure. I don't care what you smell. Get in there. Oh, that's Empire Strikes Back. Jack seems like the kind of guy who might do a bit of fraud but wouldn't stoop to murder. Yeah, exactly. I think really that's what they're doing, Winter Slice. I think Nathan and Jack are trying to accommodate what Nathan believes is the truth. What he's saying. That's true. Coffee does have a shirt that says I'm the boss. Lay them on you. Well, now, so I think there's multiple issues going on. So here's the game. Before we get to the conclusions part, I think Nathan and Jack, because Nathan was told originally, or his grandfather was told that the land would revert to him after Evan died. I think Nathan and Jack are trying to work to make sure that happens. But there's an opposing force here, and that's Nessa, Corvus, and Albert. They're trying to create a fraudulent will and force Evan to sign it so that when Evan dies, Nessa gets the property. It appears that there is a lot of diamonds on the property, and that's why she wants it. It's very much like an Agatha Christie novel. Yeah, there's multiple mini wife mom boss. Yeah, his Zony Danza, Tony even. So I think that's what it is. So I think Jack is up to something, but I don't think he's, like you said, he might be willing to commit a little light fraud, but he's not willing to murder. He's not willing to harm people. He's trying to do something he thinks is the moral right in this situation. But it might not necessarily be legal. Now, Nessa poisoned Margot, which was Evan's girlfriend. Jack is a peeping Tom, but not a murderer. Yes, exactly. If indeed they did come this way at all. Okay, so it just auto-saved, which tells me it's probably going to kill me at some point. I've got to track Nessa and Corvus through this mine and find Mr. Richards. The Garnet Mine's interior is much cooler than the outside. The air feels stale and still. You're grateful for the lantern's light, though the warm glow quickly gets swallowed by the darkness. The wooden beams reach up into the darkness. You can't see the ceiling of the mine, though you think you can sense it pressing down on you. The red sparkles created by the lantern's light look like strange distant stars. You can just make out the rim of a giant flywheel. A giant flywheel. You see a flywheel in the gloom of the mine. X flywheel. If you'd like to examine the flywheel, you need to get closer to it. Oh, okay. The flywheels are covered with dust. It's clear they haven't been spun in many years. Where is the flywheeling? He's off on vacation. The opening you created to enter the mine seems to float in the air like a portal to another world. Let's see. I think this machine is some sort of crusher. You notice a particularly large red crystal embedded in a nearby boulder. Ooh, gorgeous. Okay. Look shovel. There is an old shovel stuck deep into the ground. Looks like it was used to feed garnets into the hopper to be coarsely crushed. Get shovel. Now that you're inside the mine, there's no need for the shovel. I don't know, we might need it later. Too bad, I could have used this when helping Jack clear the rubble outside. Search bucket. This Typho has an old shovel on his channel. You look inside the metal bucket, it's 1/3 full of coarsely ground garnet, smaller than gravel but larger than sand. When industrial abrasives are sold, they're ground finer than this. This is the first stage of grinding. An impact crusher would be used to grind these coarse garnets even finer than this. Get stone. You chip a particularly lovely crystal sample out of the rock. He turned 40 and moans about Evercade. Ah, I've heard of Evercade. I don't know anything about that either, but I've heard of it. For some reason, this sounds really familiar. Let's see. X stone. The boulder now has a bit of a chunk taken out of it, courtesy of you and Jack's ice pick. What a wonderful specimen. Not surprised Crimson was established as a mining town. Am I going to get lost in here? Like a ton of bricks. Death 6 of 7. Oh, interesting. Don't give in to the pressure. Before moving on, find your way. Better luck next time. Okay, so that means I've got to do the same searching. Look. The garnet mine's interior is much cooler. You're grateful for the lantern's light, though the warm glow gets swallowed by the darkness. The lantern illuminates some heavy-duty industrial equipment, a bucket, and a shovel. The floors under the machine are littered with discarded rocks. Definitely a rock crusher, a jaw crusher to be exact. Search crusher. I don't think I actually did that. X crusher. From what you can see in the lantern's light, the machine consists of a hopper, a pair of flywheels, and other bits you can't identify. This looks like a jaw crusher. It would coarsely grind up garnets for but more processing is required to grind them fine enough to be sold as an industrial abrasive. Pressure pushing down on me, pressing down on you. Oh, man, thank you, Billy Joel. Under pressure. No, that's that was Queen. Let's see. Pressure. That was Queen. Oh, that was the Queen pressure. Under pressure. For some reason, I thought that was also in the Billy Joel, but obviously that was not right. Let's see. You also see discarded rocks, various sizes. Garnets get fed into the hopper. The flywheels are turned, which activates some kind of grinding mechanism. And the ground up rocks empty out of this bucket. With David Bowie. Clearly it was Vanilla Ice, or at least he wants you to... You know what? I was in the gym the other day. Yeah, Billy started the fire. But I was in the gym the other day, and I'll be damned if I didn't hear a song. I think somebody sampled that bass line again from Under Pressure. It's like yet another hip-hop song that took that bass line. So I don't know who it was, so I can't tell you. I can't say I can validate it because I can't tell you who it was. Pressure was dun 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 dun. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because didn't he add? I want to say Vanilla Ice actually dun 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 instead of just dun 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 dun, and then he added that little like grace at the beginning dun 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 dun, and he claimed that was the only reason that it was different or something like that. I forget how that argument went. It was a joke on Behind the Music. Yeah. Surge bucket. Okay. Get shovel. Yeah, I didn't think so. Get stone. Plagiarism by My Vanilla Ice. Well, if you really want a good one, Here, hang on a second. Let me give you a YouTube link to go to.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Holy crap! Pie! How are you doing? Kebab King. Pie was playing Broken Sword, I'll bet. I saw him go live. I didn't get a chance to pop in and see what was going on, though.
Hey everybody, I'm Rick Beato.
Okay, I think this is it. I think this is the one. It's like saying MC Hammer plagiarized Rick James. Yeah, he did. I am tenderly welcome in. Hi, how was your stream, man? Good. Slowly getting better. That's awesome. Oh, you were playing Boxes Lost Fragments. Gotcha. Yeah, so welcome in, Pi. Welcome in, everybody who came in with Pi's stream. My name is Bitterman, and we're playing an old video game here. Actually, it's a new video game in an old style, The Crimson Diamond. And I'm going to pause for a second because something's about to go ding. Or should. My bot just fell asleep. Rick James was really pissed off about that. I bet he was. He was always mad. Hang on. Tindy. Well, I'm going to read that message there, PS1 Addict. First of all, thank you for the 100 bits. I have no idea why Twitch's bit alerts decided they didn't want to work. But here it is. There he is, that kebab thief. He broke into my house, opened my refrigerator, and stole.
Mr. Fancy.
Now it wants to do it.
Theps1 Addict just cheered 100 bits. There he is. That kebab thief. He broke into my house, opened my refrigerator, and stole all of my kebabs. Now I have no kebabs and I'm sad.
Welcome in, everybody. What I was going to say is I couldn't find the right one. And I'm afraid... Oh, I didn't mean to close that. I'm afraid to actually put the link in there because I don't want to play it on stream. Due to potential for DMCA, because he does play actual popular music. Sorry, I accidentally closed my YouTube dashboard. There we go. Well, and anyway, we've got some ads coming in about 2.5 minutes. I am sorry about that.
Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Hey, Lawzan just cheered 100 bits. Yes, I did. And I feel no remorse. Cause I love kebab, so sucks to be you. Ha ha ha.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Pi. I really appreciate that. I do thank you very much for it. I'm glad that you're doing better too. Hopefully you'll be 100% real soon. Oh, damn it, I meant to save. Slip and slide. It's fun to dodge the DMCA. It's fun to dodge the DMCA. Oh, you know, I know what I was going to tell you. I was listening to a video earlier today of a little trivia. So, Dee Snider wrote, Twisted Sister wrote We Aren't Gonna Take It, the anthem, basically, the anti-anthem of the 80s. And apparently he spent years trying to write it, and he couldn't quite get it right. He couldn't get it exactly the way he wanted. And then had an epiphany. that whole melody, the whole chorus part, we aren't going to take it. If you listen to it, it's actually "O Come All Ye Faithful." It's the melody from "O Come All Ye Faithful." So go back and listen to that song, and then listen to "O Come All Ye Faithful," and you'll hear the same melody. And he admits he ripped it off intentionally. He said that it just fit. It was too perfect. He said I heard it in my head, and that's what I wanted. I'm going to pause here for just a moment. We're going to be right back in just a few minutes after these ads. It is public domain. Yeah, exactly. So I'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Alright, welcome back, everybody. Ads on Twitch have become mad. Instead of 1 or 2 spots, you're now getting between 2 and 4 minutes. Yeah, it's starting... Well, now, I will say for mine, I've had mine set for 3 minutes. What, for a year and a half, maybe 2 years now? Ever since they gave us the ad manager. Because as soon as they gave us the one problem that I have with Twitch... originally with the ads is that the ads could happen randomly, and we had no way as a streamer, we had no way of knowing when the ads were kicking in, because they wouldn't necessarily happen for everybody at the same time. So for example, I can keep another account logged in, and I would, like I normally do. For example, I got my wife's computer logged into it right now, but I can have an unsubbed one, and the ads would start there. It would be different for everybody else, so it was never at the same time for anybody. It was really bad. You can't follow a story like that, you know? At least with TV, they build in commercial breaks, right? You could tell by the way the scene changes work. Triple music. Oh, sorry, I forgot. This actually had music in the caves. All right, let's see. Search Hopper. Open Hopper. Oh, I didn't do that before. The lid of the hopper is firmly stuck in place. There's no real need to open it. The bucket underneath the machine has the coarse granite powder in it. And the ground is littered with discarded garnets and other rocks. There's nothing in the hopper that isn't already easily obtainable. How do you know that? Maybe somebody hid something in there. Perhaps. Okay. Get powder. Get garnet. You take some of the coarsely ground garnets out of the bucket and into your pocket. Ooh, that's gonna suck. Okay, I should have done that a long time ago. Get shovel. It really has become worse in the past weeks. They're probably trying to push turbo harder so they can make it more expensive. Yeah, I don't know about other channels, but unless it's actually running longer than the 3 minutes they're telling me it's running, I don't know. But I do set mine to every hour. That's something for everybody to know, and most people I think do already, but I set it to every 60 minutes for 3 minutes, and that's supposed to prevent random ads happening. And then I just pause. I won't play the game, or I try to remember not to play the game. Every now and then I miss it. Get stone. But it still only got you a few spots. Yeah, that's true. Dying Sierra style. I guess they changed it from 3 minutes max to guaranteed 3 minutes. Maybe? I'm not really sure. I know with the current ad manager, I can actually do more than 3 minutes in an hour. Hey, Steven Milowski, how you doing? But it doesn't really benefit me in any way. I mean, there's like, it does give me a bonus, but the bonus isn't worth it. I mean, to me, it's not worth it. I'd rather have you guys be able to watch the channel. And it wouldn't let me do it all at once. Like I had to do 2 minutes every 30 minutes or something like that. Speaking of enshittification, YouTube Premium is also hiking their prices. Who would have expected that? Well, the ads or the services are all raising their prices now. Yeah, they did exactly what I had predicted 15 years ago. Well, probably about 12 or 13 years ago when we first got Netflix. I'm like, it's great now because only one thing is out there, but wait until everybody jumps on board if this takes off, you know? Okay. So each of these all kill me each time. So let's see. Huh. not sure what to do next. Oh, wait. Where am I going? Uh-oh. You aimlessly wander in the mine until the lantern goes out. Really? Alone in the dark, wandering aimlessly seldom ends well. Have a game plan first, or some step-by-step directions. As we know, everything must make more profit quarter after quarter infinitely, or society will collapse. That's what they want you to think. Make people dependent on the services, and you can exploit the customers as much as you want. Also known as we're trying to achieve a monopoly, a.k.a. Comcast, or at least Comcast at its worst. All those poor sons who got rid of their physical media because we're doing everything online now. Yeah, you're going to go make your own EGA game. Hey, GoDappy, by the way, how you doing? But unlike where this game takes the best parts of Sierra game design, my game will not. You'll call it Softlock City. We must squeeze and squeeze until entropy itself gives up in the face of money. I know what to do, but I'm not going to say it unless you ask. Oh, thank you, Shyler. I appreciate that. I'm still exploring. There's another path I can take. Oops. Okay, I must have fallen off the ledge, or the edge. You slip and fall into the distant, jagged depths of the mine. Hey, stop stealing my idea. I totally called Softlock Quest weeks ago. And Ken Williams says, I got you. I patented it back in 1984. Machine. Press button. Pull lever. Pull handle. I see the note. Oh, no, I appreciate it tremendously. Yes, thank you. Okay, that didn't work. Twist it, turn it, bop it. I never did play that game. But I always thought it was funny. I'd see it in the stores. I'm like, what the hell is this thing? Oh, dead. You can do dead. Although there is a broken command in there. I need to fix it. You got the broken one. Try again. Dad? Yeah, I added it Sunday.
You know where you've been tangoed.
That's the other one I need to add. For some reason, it's got like a missing command. I don't know. But I thought it was working. It's randomized.
He's dead, Jim.
What the hell's going on here? This is disgusting.
All the hairs on the back of your neck are standing on end. You resolve to continue onwards. I can't leave yet. Mr. Richards needs my help. No, don't fall. Yeah, you Are Dead was a different one. I forget now exactly. No, Mystic. Mystic, would you leave it alone? Eh? No. Go on. Go on. Go on. I know you're not happy with me because I won't give you what you're asking for. Not the... He is not a butthole. He's a nice cat. He's just mischievous. You're just saying it doesn't work anymore, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work anymore because I changed it to I'm trying to reduce some of the commands because I have a lot of duplicate ones. And some of them, like dead, for example, and hello, it just kind of seems kind of cool to me that if make one command like dead, and you guys can use that for a joke in a scene or something like that. And it's just random. You don't know what you're gonna get. Like meow is random now too. And then this broken one, I don't understand that. I'm sorry about that, Winter Slice. It will work, but it's like one of them doesn't want to function. Hang on, let me look at something real quick. Oh, I just realized this is our last set of ads, so I need to snooze these. Oh, It's So Dead was the one that no need to do it on stream. Well, it's kind of bugged me a little bit, and I don't see any reason for it to not work. Unless the files themselves are missing.
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
I see. I see. Okay. I know why it doesn't work. I just figured out the one that's not working. Hang on a second. I think I got this now. And I seem to be missing one. Quest for Glory Death Fanfare would be a great to have, yeah.
Bitterman, no!
There we go. Now it should work reliably. There was one that's missing because I think I had to get creative with the file name, and I got the wrong file name. No, there's still one missing. Oh well. Anyway. You could take all the... Yeah, and combine them into RNG. I thought about that too, actually. That would be good. You see the rim of a large wheel and some indications of a large piece of heavy machinery. Size that red crystal. You don't need to keep pestering me to switch. Yeah.
Ugh. Brother, ugh. What's that?
That's a good point, Winter Slice. Yeah, those could be merged. I love the idea of having a large sound library, but at the same time, I like a smaller command set. It just makes sense to me because there's a lot of duplicates. And then adding that extra layer of randomness, not knowing exactly which one you get, is kind of fun to me. The crystal sample you took from the mine's interior is truly spectacular. There are some amazing red and colorless formations. Stunning. Some coarsely ground rocks that have been through the jaw crusher. These are most likely garnets. Yeah, it's just impossible to remember all the commands anyway. Precisely. And who really... I mean, yeah, I've got to... Oh, I need to go and add the new sounds to the list. But there's also a master list of all of the sounds and, my idea of how they can be used, like a suggestion and whatnot down below, like below the stream here. But who really goes there? But most people probably don't even know it exists, right? But it's there. This would make it easier. Less to remember. You can kind of focus on some basic things. Death, life, funny, sad, bad, dumb, you know, some key sound commands for games. While the mine interior sample is pocked with many lovely crystals, the most prominent one is a large and red. A healthy-sized garnet, most likely. I think it's even gem quality. That doesn't work. It's a real pity that this mine produced industrial abrasives only. It's too pretty to pulverize. Things not working. Right, exactly, Winter Slice. There are variations in shapes and sizes in the coarsely ground garnets. Without my loop, this looks like large rust-colored gravel. But with the loop, these still look like small, beautiful gems. Okay, so what does that mean? The floor of the garnet mine is covered in dust and rock particles. That plus the lack of wind and weather has kept dozens of sets of shoe prints looking as fresh as the day they were made. The shoe prints still look very clear, but are covered in dust like everything else. Most of the shoe prints. I'm getting the picture here. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Come on. Look, shoe print. Many types of shoe prints cover the floor of the garnet mine, leading in all directions. Most of these were made by miners decades ago. I wonder if Nessa and Corvus came this way with Mr. Richards. So that's what these are. These are all shoe prints. Okay, I thought this was just, like, something to do with the mine. Hey, Caffeine Terry, how you doing? Welcome in. X shoe print. Aha! Here are some pointy-toed size 14 men's dress shoe prints and impressions made by size 8 women's shoes. What does she walk around with a ruler in her pocket and measure these things so that she knows whose is whose? And size 12 men's boots. I recognize this tread pattern from Mr. Richards' other boots. The 3 sets of shoe prints are freshest after all. Now I need to track these shoe prints and discover where they went next. They didn't head up this path. They kept moving eastwards. I don't know. Now, I've already fallen for that one. Found shoe prints. Head east. Ah! God, that was a big one. You love this EGA art style? Takes you back to Loom? Loom, you say? Is that a ruler in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? It's a ruler. Wait, it said going east. See? Okay, game. Okay, game. I see what you're up to here. X shoe print. Nessa, Corvus, and Mr. Richards, all their shoe prints lead along this eastern path. Gee, I'm glad I was able to track Nessa and Corvus down this path, because she would get lost otherwise. I hope I can find Mr. Richards before it's too late. That looks like it might be too late. Ah, what was that? Despite the terrifying rumbles and shudders surrounding you, you forge onwards. Aha, game has auto-saved. It has unicorns on them. Just as you reach this fire-lit cavern, your lantern goes out. Oh no, the lantern is out of oil. There's no turning back now. Sign your will, Evan. Sign my fake will, you mean? If you're so smart, why didn't you just forge Pa's will? Then you wouldn't have had to have come up with this dumb scheme. If you were so smart, you'd know that Pa's lawyer is still alive. He'd pipe up pretty quick if an actual will from his client came out of nowhere. But this is a perfectly suitable backup plan. It's much easier to forge your will. If you do as you're told, I'll let you die quickly. Otherwise, you'll starve to death in the dark. And we'll forge your signature anyway. Nancy's on to you. You won't get away with this. We'll see about that. It'll be her word against ours. I have to rescue Mr. Richards. My first order of business is to distract Corvus. Okay. Let's see. Look. You've arrived at an open, cavernous area in the mine. The path descends down to the natural platform. It appears that the cave-ins that have been rocking the mine have created some deep chasms. An abundance of rock of various sizes litter the floor. This rockfall looks fresh, too, and there is a lot more of it. One doorway to the north is still clear. Doorways to the north and east are blocked by rocks. This is a very dangerous area. There's a central doorway that leads further back into the mine, as well as a doorway on the right that is completely clogged with rockfall. You see a large boulder, even taller than you, in the shadows nearby. You also see a table, a fire, and a wheelbarrow. Okay. Toss. Garnet. You start to make a move, but the shadows aren't enough to conceal your actions. What was that? Nancy? Oh. Get her! I mean, no matter what happens, Jack is still sitting outside the cave. The ranger is on his way there anyway. We have to get out of here. Maybe Nancy was followed. Yes, we do. Hungry brother dearest. Goodbye, Nessa. Nessa takes a handful of crushed almonds from the table. She then stuffs the almonds in Evan's mouth. Oh my God. This is awful. Okay, we just killed Evan. By the way, I should come up with something to use the channel points, like redeeming a game you'll have to play for one stream or something like that. I actually did that once. I haven't done it since. I actually tried to play Dead Space. I'm way too squeamish for that one for some reason. But I do need to find something else I can do something like that with. I know, like, Mike has Doom and Doc has oh shoot, what's the missile game? The Duel, and things like that. I'll think about it. Let me think about it. I need to do that again. It's been a while. Nessa, what have you done? She straight up executed her brother with almonds. I should have done that a long time ago. Goodbye, Nancy. Scorched Earth. Thank you, Reg. Corvus takes the lantern and follows Nessa out of the cavern. You're left in the darkness, listening to Mr. Richards gasp his last breaths. Look at the big brain on Reg! No, seriously, thank you. Is this the bad ending? I think so. All you can do is wait in the darkness. It feels like an eternity, and then... footsteps? I'm in here! Help! Nancy, is that you? Mr. Richards? Ranger Murdoch. Nancy? Mr. Richards is dead. Let's get you out of here. I wonder if there's a way that we can finish this without Evan dying. Ranger Murdoch takes out a pocket knife and saws through the ropes that are binding you. Thanks. Corvus got away and so did Nessa. I'm sorry I failed. The important thing is, you're safe. Come along. I'm sorry, Mr. Richards. Goodbye. Ranger Murdoch leads the way out of the mine. You feel incredibly relieved to be out of the mine. It feels like a great weight has been lifted off your shoulders. The automobile is parked down the hill, and there are more rangers waiting for us at the train station. How did everyone get here so quickly? Well, it wasn't quick, actually. Not actually a forest ranger. I'm a member of Northwest Mounted Police. We've been on the trail of a German spy and saboteur who is rumored to be in this area. We believe he is responsible for the bombing of the bridge west of Crimson. Albert Respa. Carl L. A man known to us as Carl Leffler. You revealed him, Nancy. Well done. Not only that, you tipped us off to what his next target would be. The Sioux Locks. Right again. As you know, Canada declared war on Germany a few weeks ago. It appears operatives directed by the German Foreign Office have undertaken a campaign here in Canada to delay military aid to Europe by targeting transportation links such as railways, bridges, and canals. We strongly suspect that Carl L., a man we know as Carl Leffler, is one of those operatives. He has been apprehended at the Sioux Locks while setting up explosive charges. And thanks to your impeccable detective work, Mr. Leffler will surely be brought to justice. Gee, let's go. We have been watching you the entire time. I really wonder if there's a way to save Evan. Conclusions. The train station is a flurry of activity. Rangers are milling all around, consulting with each other in whispered conversations. Inside, you can hear the non-stop whir and tick of the telegraph machine. The ranger in charge looks up and acknowledges Ranger Murdoch with a nod. Just the man I wanted to see. Thanks for the intelligence you provided. We were able to alert authorities in Sault Ste. Marie. Sault Ste. Marie. Now I get it. Yeah, I don't speak the language, sorry. Anyway, about the impending sabotage attempts on the Sioux Locks. They were ready and waiting and caught the man red-handed with luggage full of dynamite and blasting caps. Not to mention a 9mm Luger in his glove box. A 9mm Loogie? Wow. Imagine his surprise when they called him by his real name, Carl Leffler, a.k.a. Albert Respa, German spy and saboteur. I would have loved to have seen the look on his face. All in all, some mighty fine work, Ranger Murdoch. A crisis has been averted. As much as I'd like to take credit for it, Nancy Maple here is the one you ought to be thanking. She single-handedly figured it all out. All I did was pass along the information. Well then, my thanks to you, Nancy Maple. You're a Canadian hero. Thanks? Though I'll warn you now, you might have to be an unsung hero at that. I have a feeling the Canadian government won't want to reveal just how vulnerable we were tonight. Could undermine the public's confidence at a crucial turning point for our country. Oh, I don't mind at all as long as things worked out for the best. They did, Nancy. Truly. Thank you for your service. Now, what have you got here? We just come from the old abandoned garnet mine. These folks were trying to rescue Mr. Evan Richards, who'd been kidnapped earlier this evening. Unfortunately, Mr. Richards was killed and the perpetrator, Nessa Crab, and her accomplice escaped. They're also suspected of the murder of a young woman. We'll be aggressively pursuing these fugitives. The charges against them are very serious. We'll use every resource at our disposal. Roger. No, it's Ranger. Murder victim count 2. I mean, really, but I still think we can save Evan. A busy night. Yes, indeed. Please dispatch some crime scene investigators to the lodge so we can build a strong case. Roger that. No, I just told you, I'm Ranger. I'm heading back down to Toronto now. I need to meet with higher-ups. Immediately. The Northwest Mounted Police has commandeered a train back to the city. I've been told you call Toronto home, Miss Maple. Will you join me? I'm exhausted. I don't think I'm up for more traveling tonight. And I'm not ready to leave Crimson just yet. Suit yourself. I'll need to take your statement for the report. That can wait a day or two. Thank you. I'll need a bit of time to get my thoughts in order. Of course, there's going to be a ton of paperwork to do for this whole caper. I'll be trapped behind a desk for weeks. Do send word when you'll be returning. I'll pick you up from Union Station and escort you straight to the police station. Nathan drives you and Jack back to the lodge. Yes. This is roughly like I think it's like, I don't know, German spy. Could be 19 teens, actually. The car is old enough to be the teens. Margot's death feels like it happened weeks ago. Your arrival in Crimson feels like it happened months ago. And it feels like years ago when you spoke to your boss, Professor Plummer. Good God, I forgot about him. Ah, my boss, my fieldwork. What am I going to tell him? Despite the excitement of the evening, you find yourself nodding off, only to be jolted awake when Nathan's automobile hits uneven stretch of road. Eventually, not even the bumpy road can rouse you. Nancy, you awake? We're back. Once Jack has roused you from your deep slumber, you make your way upstairs as quietly as possible, lest you wake Kimi. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to... I went to go type something and I hit enter and it cleared the message right when it popped up. If you remember, the Colonel's Bequest took place in the 1910s and the Dagger of Von Ra took place in the 20s. Yeah, because the flappers were in the second one. You climb into bed and are eager to fall asleep. And I think this is World War I era, is why I was thinking maybe teens. But as your gaze falls onto the ransacked curio cabinet, you realize there are a few things you may want to bring up with other inhabitants of the lodge tomorrow morning. I'd better make some new notes on fresh paper to remind myself. Or I could just decide to go to sleep if I wish. Ah, okay, here we go. Time to think this through. Goes up there and keep him off of him. All right, did Margot have an accomplice in the ruby brooch theft? I'm not sure what it wants me to do other than skip. Now about that curio cabinet. Who stole the pair of antique silver steins? I want to say... Oh, I see. Who stole the steins? It wasn't Margot. I wonder if it was Albert. That should have been an easy one. The culprit's fingerprint was on the curio cabinet, and they confessed. Oh, that's right, they did confess. Darn it. So that's not far enough back. And curio cabinet, let's see. Type, compare, fingerprint, okay. Hope you wrote down your notes on a large legal pad. I have one, but I didn't use that. Do a waltz? What do you think, I'm crazy? Here's the curio fingerprint, but it doesn't mention who it was. People's fingerprints, no, okay. Father was a construction. Yep. We know that part. Compare curio fingerprint. Oh, no. Who was the imposter at Crimson Lodge? Albert. Respa. His geology and mineralogy books looked brand new because he'd never once consulted them. They were part of his disguise. That explains why he was examining that glacial erratic. He had no idea that it wouldn't be a good indicator of the geology in the area. The report Albert wrote for Nessa demonstrated no knowledge of proper field report procedures nor appropriate use of mineralogical terminology. He was definitely not a mineralogical expert. I wonder if he was even Belgian. We know he wasn't. What was Kimmy's true goal? To see cormorants. It was to see the cormorants. That's what she came up there for. Were Evan Richards and Nathan Cardinal friends or enemies? Friends. Their conversation in the conservatory indicates that they are similarly aligned when it comes to the fate of the lodge and lands. They also met up in the study after that first dinner. It was hard to tell if they were friendly then, but I did see them shake hands. They respected each other. Nathan was out late at night with Jack, and they were both helping Mr. Richards. I heard them talking about that. I recovered a sample of clear crystals from the salt at the lodge that didn't dissolve in water. I'm pretty sure that's what Nathan and Jack were trying to hide. Nathan and Albert had a clandestine meeting in the boathouse. Nathan had paid Albert for a mineralogical report that concluded the lodge and lands didn't contain diamonds. It's indeed said at the beginning of World War I in 1914. Okay. I was trying to remember when Canada entered the war. I was like, when did they enter World War I? I can't remember that part of my history. Nathan wasn't concerned about the truth. He just wanted to protect Crimson from being a mining town again. That goes back to the theory I had about Jack and Nathan, that they were trying to protect something. And Nathan helped me and Jack try to rescue Mr. Richards tonight. He risked losing his Indian status by revealing himself to Ranger Murdoch after having snuck off the reservation. He's a true friend. Mr. Richards was lucky to have him. What were Jack and Nathan trying to conceal? Mine. Oh, come on. Were Margot and Jack having an affair? No. My gut tells me that they were just friends, but I can't say for sure. I heard them in Margot's boudoir the first night I was in the lodge. It sounded like they were up to something suggestive. But who knows? I prefer to assume the best in people. What item suggests Nessa came to the lodge intending to threaten or harm him? Jordan almonds. Mr. Richards was allergic to almonds, and Nessa knew that. She brought those Jordan almonds with her and filled that cut crystal bowl in the parlor overt as you please. Nessa wasn't just being a rude guest, she was a bully. And that's how she killed her brother, poor Mr. Richards. You wake up the next morning feeling refreshed and ravenous. As you make your way down the upstairs hallway, you begin to smell the inviting aromas of coffee and bacon. You enter the kitchen and find the other inhabitants gathered around the table, digging into a hearty breakfast. You join in. August 1914, they entered, like a few weeks after Britain declared war on Germany. So that means that this is probably August or September. Morning light is streaming through the small window, causing motes of dust to sparkle and dance in the light. Kimmy, I'm sorry that your birding trip was full of so much drama and tension, but I am very glad I got to meet you. Thank you so much, Nancy. That's very kind of you. Yes, this was one of the strangest trips I've ever taken, so much unpleasantness and tragedy. But I don't regret coming here. Crimson is a beautiful place. Margot was very kind, and Jack and Nathan really helped me feel at home here, despite everything. I liked Mr. Richards, too. He was the quiet type, like me. Sometimes people take that the wrong way. I didn't. Not with him. Phalanges! You're passing by to play Satisfactory. Hey, how's it going? Oh, yeah, I was going to say I didn't add dude to the list, but boy, that was dangerous. How are you doing, Phalanges? And enjoy Satisfactory. I guess I'll have to get that at some point and try it out. Now that the full release is out. People seem to really be talking about it like it's supposed to be very good. That and because we have somebody named Dude here. Yeah, that was the other reason. And he loved Crimson. I can see why. And Nancy, I'm very glad I got to meet you too. You're one of a kind, brave and clever no matter what happens. I'm sure you'll make your dreams come true. Thank you. That means a lot to me. I try my best, in between hiccups. Nathan, I have to know. Yes? I was in the boathouse when you had your meeting with Albert. You were? Where? In one of the canoes, but never mind that. I saw and heard you buy a phony mineralogical report from Albert. I feel like you had Mr. Richards' best interest in mind, but could you please explain that to me? Of course. I did that because I had Mr. Richards' best interest in mind. Wait. She just said that. And mine as well. Yeah, I did pay Albert to write a mineralogical report that stated there were no diamonds on the lands around the lodge. That would make the land worthless to Nessa, and she would stop bothering Evan and go home. Albert seemed to be not who he said he was. I've met mineralogists. I'll get that word right one day. He was no mineralogist. I had a funny feeling about him, too. He was perfectly willing to prepare the document to say what I wanted for a price. I still have it with Albert's signature and official seal. I plan on mailing it to the federal government and we can be free of these troubles once and for all. Hey, Draconic Dude, how you doing? We were just talking about you. Would a link be okay for a game? You have a key for Steam to see if anybody would want it? I have it already. I'm good with that, actually. What game is it, if I might ask first? Really? Hang on a second. It's a roguelite with crafting where you play as an alchemist. The Serpent Rogue. Ah, okay. Yeah. So this is a free game, right? Steam, obviously steampowered.com, so Steam game. As sort of a creature capture thing, too, from what you recall. Cool. If anybody picks up that link, if they take that, is this? Oh wait, you said you have a key. Is this just one key? Seeing as it is a link, it's kind of different to me. Actually, it looks like a decent price too. Yeah, just one key. Okay, yeah, sure. There's the one thing that I usually do on mine is I think you're in my Discord, aren't you? Or if you have Discord, I was gonna say one good place would be you could place it in. Where do they usually put that? Suggest games, I think, is where I usually stuck it. Honestly, you could put it in general. I'm not that picky on this one. But basically, if you want to put it in Discord, you can see if somebody wants to pick up the key. You can post it here, too, if you want. But if somebody does take the key, please make sure you speak up so that everybody else can stop trying. Just to be kind. It's up to you how you want to do it. And same for Discord. If you're in my Discord and you see the key and you take it, speak up so that we can delete the message. That way people don't keep trying. Question above. How far did I get in Beyond Shadowgate? I didn't get that far. I got to the castle, and I managed to get the scroll out of the stairwell, but I didn't get to see the prince, which was my next goal. I was trying to get to the prince, and I didn't get him. It is a good game. Oh, you're talking about the Serpent Rogue, yeah? Further above? Oh, how open is Julia to minor corrections? I might try to contact her, but don't want to come off as rude. I'm not really sure. She seems pretty receptive to it, but I don't really want to speak for her on that line. I know that can be a bit touchy for some, and others don't care. However, she does have a Twitter account, or I'll just call it Twitter because screw what Elon thinks he wants to be called. She does have a Twitter account. She also has. I don't know if she has a. Blue Sky account. Let me see. Nah, she doesn't have a Blue Sky account. I don't know what other options you might have. Do you mean Twitter, the website that is called Twitter, nothing else? That's the site. That's it. But in any case, yeah, you might try something like that. She also streams. In fact, she might be streaming right now. She tends to do so on Tuesdays. And she is a Maple Mystery. Yeah. Now, how receptive she would be to feedback in her channel, you could just ask her and see if she's willing to take it there, or maybe she can actually give you a link to like an email address or something you could send it to. One of the two. The website formerly known as Twitter, and she's streaming right now. But as far as feedback, I'd just say you might ask, "Hey, I've got some feedback for you if you're willing. Do you have a place I could send it or something?" Oh, let's see. All right, you weren't the only one who paid Albert to prepare a false mineralogical report, Nathan. What? I found the original mineralogical report she paid for in Corvus's satchel. I read it, and it said that there are diamonds on this land. You wouldn't happen to have that version of the report, would you? No, I'm afraid not. If I had to guess, I'd say Corvus has it in his satchel. Now that he's missing, he and that satchel could be anywhere. Maybe he and Nessa are out there plotting their next move. Maybe. We'll see. I have to know. Are there diamonds here in Crimson? Nathan and Jack exchange meaningful looks. I mean, I don't really find any evidence of the presence of diamonds here. Well, why don't we leave it at that, then? Nancy, we know that your field work is very important to you, and we certainly can't prevent you from divulging anything you may have discovered here. We can only ask you to think about that news could mean for Crimson. We like it how it is now. I do too, and so did Margot and Mr. Richards. What'll happen now? That'll partially depend on you, Nancy. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, don't say anything. You all pile into Nathan's automobile. You're touched that Kimmy will make the long, arduous trip to see you off. As the automobile trundles away from the lodge, you crane your neck and take one last look. I'm really going to miss this place in spite of everything. You turn and face forward. The rattling of the rough road makes it hard to think. The only coherent thought you manage to have is, what will you tell your boss? And what could that mean for your future? Thank goodness the bridge has been repaired enough to allow trains to cross it again. Repaired enough? You are traveling light, Nancy. I wouldn't be too concerned. Okay, Nancy, the train's gonna leave now. Be soon, be well. Oh, but what about you, Kimmy? I've talked it over with Jack and Nathan. I think I'll stay on for a bit. It's been so tense here. I want to relax, enjoy the birds, and the fall migration is starting in a few weeks, and the leaves will be changing color. Yeah, this has got to be right in August. To early September, so you've promised Jack that you'll help keep with the lodge's chores. I'll earn my keep. That's wonderful news. I wish I could stay longer too, but I've got to get back to my job in the city. Good luck, Nancy. I'm gonna miss you. I'll miss you too, Kimmy. Be well. Goodbye, Nancy. Yeah, bye, Nancy. Now go on. The train's not going to wait forever. Right. Bye, Nancy. The real question for Julia is, will there be a sequel? You stare out of the train window. It's a clear, cool morning. As crisp and refreshing as it is this far north, you brace yourself for the muggy summer heat down by Toronto. Your mind is buzzing with all that's transpired over the last few days. It feels like you're returning home from a long voyage. You can't help but wonder, did you miss anything? Did you leave any loose ends? Would you like to be privy to some helpful introspective thoughts? Yes or no? Yes. You ponder the thoughts you had the previous night before bed. Maybe Margot did have an accomplice for the ruby brooch theft. Could there be proof that someone else touched it? What could have happened to the Silversteins? Maybe if I'd asked around after Margot's death, folks would feel less protective of her and more talkative. I'm pretty sure that Nathan was Mr. Richards' friend. But did I miss any important details of his actions? What about that time Jack and Nathan met up at the carriage house? Could there have been a way to listen to them discuss things? Could I have hidden somewhere? Some of the rock salt didn't melt in the water. It's definitely not rock salt, but what is it? I really don't think Margot and Jack were having an affair, but I wish I was more convinced about that. I really missed a lot of crap. How's it going there, Peru? Welcome in. I unlocked Margot's vanity drawers. Maybe I'll learn more if I take a closer look inside. I can't think of much else, actually. You turn your attention towards your impending interview with Ranger Murdoch. You feel like you've investigated Margot's murder to the best of your ability. I never found Nessa's ruby brooch. I wonder if it's hidden in the lodge. It is. It was in that closet. We couldn't figure it out. I didn't solve the mystery of the missing silver wedding steins. I do know Margot took them. She admitted as much. But I don't know where the steins are now. Maybe I should have made some inquiries. Particularly after Margot's death, when perhaps people would no longer feel the need to protect her. Ranger Murdoch meets you at Union Station as arranged. Ranger Murdoch! Hello, Nancy. It's good to see you again. Would you like me to drive you home to rest? No thanks. I'm eager to have this interview. Let's go. Right. Follow me. You look over at the wanted posters on the bulletin board and see a familiar face. The face has familiar features, but the expression gives you pause. It's unmistakably Margot, but she looks scared and angry. And the name is different too. Margot you knew was at peace. The Margot you knew was at peace, kind and caring. You feel fortunate to have met her when you did. The poster lists her offenses as assault, theft, racketeering, public nuisance. Nancy? Sorry, just lost in thought. Ah, yes, that person has been on the most wanted list for a few years now. Skagway was a near lawless place, sometimes who thinks the criminals were a matter of public opinion. Yeah, I remember there was some kind of dust-up about her having a criminal past. I didn't realize it was that serious. Sometimes if you didn't make friends with the right people, you could get stuck with all kinds of sorts of trumped-up charges. Does she look familiar to you? No, I don't recognize her. Very well, let's begin. Why did she tell him that? The lady's dead. Suddenly the door bursts open to reveal your boss, Professor Plummer. Nancy, there you are. Welcome back. I had heard the train had come in. Sir, we're in the middle of a confidential interview. Oh, my apologies. I won't be a moment. Nancy, what did you find? Are there diamonds in crimson? I must know. Yes or no? No. I'm afraid I didn't find anything significant, Professor. I managed to obtain some good samples, though, and I think I'll still be able to produce a good report for your fieldwork. Just won't be very exciting. Ah, sorry to hear it, Nancy. As for exciting, most research isn't. Don't worry too much about that. Come see me when you're ready. And I'll help you with your report. Thanks so much, Professor Plummer. Take care, Nancy. See you soon. And I chose no on purpose because I'm siding with Nate and Jack about trying to keep the place natural. Okay, now let's really begin. Any information you provide will be kept strictly confidential, of course. Thank you, I appreciate it. Nessa Crab is wanted in connection with Evan Richards' kidnapping and murder, Margot's murder, and attempted fraud. After examining the area, we believe Mr. Richards was assaulted at the jetty near the lodge. Do you have any evidence connecting Nessa to the scene of the jetty? Yes or no? Yes. Yes, I do. What evidence did you find? If there are multiple points to make, we'll discuss them separately. One word answers will suffice. Shoe print. Actually, I only found Corvus. Oh, wait. Nessa didn't happen to step on the spilled whiskey. That's right. Fingerprint. I found Nessa's fingerprint on a shattered crystal decanter at the jetty. It was made of thick glass. It wouldn't have broken from being tipped over or dropped from carrying height. I think Nessa had a confrontation with Evan on the jetty, during which she forcefully threw the decanter down, causing it to break. Well done, Nancy. Our investigators found that broken decanter and came to a similar conclusion. Did you find anything in areas besides the jetty that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping? Yes or no? Jordan almond. Found these Jordan almond fragments on the table in the smokehouse. I managed to recover Nessa's fingerprint from one of the candied shells. This is fantastic, Nancy. You've placed Nessa in the smokehouse. May I have those? Of course. You give the Jordan almond fragments to Ranger Murdoch. Do you have anything else to share that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping in areas other than the jetty? Yes or no? I found Nessa's shoe prints in the wooded area near the jetty. How do you know that the shoe prints belong to Nessa? I learned the shoe sizes of everyone at the lodge. She's the only one who wears that size and style of shoe. That's some good detective work, Nancy. We knew about the shoe prints because we took prints of Nessa's shoes when we took her into custody. Tracked Nessa's shoe prints into the smokehouse. I think that's where she and Corvus temporarily detained Evan until they were ready to take him to the Garnet Mine. Do you have anything else to share that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping in areas other than the jetty? Yes or no? Hang on just a second, all right? Give me just a minute. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Let's see. Do I have anything else to connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping in areas? Let's see. What else do we have? I'm going to say no. I don't think we have anything else. No, I'm afraid not. Okay, moving on. We believe Mr. Richards was being held in the lodge's smokehouse before being moved to the Garnet Mine. Did you find any evidence to support the theory regarding his unlawful confinement? Yes or no? Yes. Yes, I do. What evidence did you find? If there are multiple points to make, we'll discuss them. Yeah. One word answer suffice. Fiber. Yes, I found rope fibers on the floor at the smokehouse. I believe he was tied up and then taken away later. We think so too. We found those same rope fibers. All the evidence we can gather will help us build a case against Nessa. How did you figure out that Mr. Richards was taken to the Garnet Mine? If you're not sure, you can just say no or pass. Symbol. Mr. Richards had used the jam from Jack's thumbprint cookies to draw a hidden symbol. The symbol was a red circle surrounded by a round red border. Red? The symbol even resembled the thumbprint cookies, which I learned are called Hallengrata in Swedish. Hallengrata means raspberry cave in English. And a raspberry cave would be a garnet mine, right? Exactly. Mr. Richards was talking about the garnet mines at dinner on the night I arrived in Crimson. He said they'd been deserted for years. It was the perfect place for them to hide. We were able to recover Mr. Richards' body from the mine. The autopsy revealed his airway was swollen and inflamed. Nessa claims his death was accidental, that he choked to death on the Jordan almonds she was trying to feed him. Do you have any knowledges that might contradict her claim? Yes or no? Yes. Interesting. What did you learn? One word answers will suffice. Allergy. Mr. Richards was allergic to almonds and had been since childhood. You're 95% sure Raspberry Cave is a euphemism. It was common knowledge that Nessa brought Jordan almonds with her when she returned to the lodge. I found shattered pieces of Jordan almonds in the smokehouse where I believe Mr. Richards was briefly held. I managed to recover one of Nessa's fingerprints from the remnants of one of the shiny candy shells. Stellar work, Nancy. Our investigative team didn't find that. What's more, there were more Jordan almond pieces in the cavern where Nessa brought him. There's no doubt in my mind that Nessa brought the Jordan almonds to the lodge knowing full well how dangerous they were to Mr. Richards. Maybe at first, she only planned to intimidate him with them, but in the end, she killed him with them. Let's move on to Corvus Shaw's role in Mr. Richards' kidnapping and murder. Although Mr. Shaw is currently at large, we're making every effort to apprehend him. Do you have any evidence that could connect Corvus to these crimes, yes or no? Yes. Will. Okay, do you have any evidence that could connect? Hey, Dark Mex, how you doing? Since we're literally on the end of this, and I think this is just the interview to see how much you know, I'm gonna finish this up. It might be another 10 minutes. I don't know. We'll see. How you doing today? Congrats on 15. What? Let's see. Oh, 15 stream streak. Oh, dude, I just missed that. Dark Max, how you doing? Thank you so much for that 15 streak. I really appreciate that. I'm so focused on this. I'm trying to figure out what is it, because it's like I just know Corvus is involved. I can't think of evidence that I have that ties him to it. He's just an associate of Nessa's. All right. Okay, moving on. What about any lesser crimes? We suspect Corvus was brought to lodge by Nessa to commit fraud. Do you know anything that would help build that case? Yes. What proof do you have? Report. Okay. Will. I found Mr. Richards' last will and testament in Corvus' satchel. It stated that Nessa was to get everything after his death, although it hadn't been signed by Mr. Richards and the writing was in Corvus' hand. It seemed pretty fishy to me. 55? Oh my God, Pi. That is awesome. Thank you. Very interesting. Do you happen to have the document? I'm afraid not. I put it back where I found it. We'll see if we can recover that satchel and the documents inside. It's good to know what to look for. That's still helpful. Thanks, Nancy. You're welcome. And what about Carl Leffler, a.k.a. Albert Respa? What can you tell me about him? Rangers apprehended him in the middle of his sabotage attempt on the Sulak, so that's an open and shut case. But we suspect this man was involved in other illegal acts. Do you think you can attribute other criminal activities to him? Yes or no? Yes. Please continue. What have you discovered? Report. I found a field report of Corvus' satchel that was identical to the indentations on the paper in the waste paper basket. I was able to read the full field report, and it's clear to me that Albert was stringing terms together without knowing what they actually meant. Fascinating. You wouldn't happen to have that field report, would you? I don't, unfortunately. That's too bad, but understandable. I'll be writing my own field report, which I'm hoping the Royal Canadian Museum will publish. I'm proud of the work I did. With any luck, my report will be a newly definitive survey of Crimson, Ontario. I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. Back on topic. I was a witness to a secret meeting in the boathouse between Nathan and Albert. I clearly heard Albert saying the contents of the envelope he was carrying was a report signed and sealed, and there were no diamonds in crimson. Nathan paid him for this version of the field report. I wished I had something to show or tell Ranger Murdoch about that. I'm sorry I was mistaken. Can we continue? Of course. That's a weird turn. Hey, Otaku! 3 stream streak! Thank you so much! If you have something else you'd like to tell me about Leffler, just say yes or no. No? Okay, moving on. Finally, Margot's death. Margot's murder. It does appear to be the case. We are looking into it. Do you have any evidence you'd like to give me that
Incoming
could
ads for you
help us make-
non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Damn these ads. That could help us make a case for Margot's murder? Yes. Glad to hear it. Show me one item at a time. When you're done, just say so. Give glass. Give glass to Ranger. Show glass. I saw Nessa bring a jug and drinking glass to Margot's boudoir. That struck me as suspicious because there was no love lost between them. Later, after some of the water had evaporated, a white residue was left behind. Yeah, this is very suspicious. May I have this, Nancy? Our lab will want to analyze it. Here you go. You hand Margot's drinking glass over to Ranger Murdoch. Thank you. Do you have anything else to show me? Let's see, what else do we have? Jar. Show jar. I recovered this jam jar from the river by Crimson Lodge. I think it's a key piece of evidence against Nessa regarding Margot's poisoning. You hand the jam jar over to Ranger Murdoch. Thanks, Nancy. What else can you tell me? There's a powdery white residue inside along with a bit of flypaper. I'd be very interested to learn what the residue is, although I wouldn't be surprised if it's arsenic. Really? Yes, the box for the flypaper strips warns that they contain arsenic. Pretty dangerous stuff. We'll find out one way or another. Thank you, Nancy. Found a fingerprint on the outside of the jam jar. It's Nessa's fingerprint. This could go a long way towards connecting Nessa to Margot's death, and very possibly to ruling the death poisoning. Excellent work. What's more, I overheard Nessa having a conversation with Corvus in the apple orchard. She admitted to soaking flypaper in glass jars to obtain poison, storing it in her flask, and tossing the jars over the waterfall. I just hit enter and it gave me the exact same message. That's pretty incriminating, especially if the evidence can back up your story. Hopefully Mrs. Crabbe will still have the flask in her possession when we apprehend her. It would really help build a case against Nessa. Thanks. Do you have anything else to show me? Let's see. What else do we have? Arcade Castle, thank you for that. Oh, year man.
Arcade Castle just subscribed for 12 months. A whole year of bitter.
Thank you so much, Arcade Castle. 12 months, a whole year of Bitto, a whole year of Arcade Castle. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. See, once one person starts the streak, others remember to do it. Okay, you came in just in time for this to end. You head home after completing your interview with Ranger Murdoch and immediately set to work on your field report of Crimson. You write at length about the samples you've obtained and the observations you've made, though you do leave a few details out, such as that there are diamonds in Crimson. Professor Plummer proves to be an enthusiastic and patient mentor, despite his mild disappointment at the unremarkable findings. You impressed him with your attention to detail and hard work together. You produce an impeccable field report that is published by the Royal Canadian Museum and eventually endorsed by the Geological Survey of Canada. Your first publication, Nancy, a real feather in your cap. Weeks pass. Soon you're immersed in your regular life. You become an expert on the filing system and even suggest some ways to improve it. You find yourself missing the fresh air, the roaring waterfalls, and rushing rivers of Crimson. You wonder if you'll ever hear about those things, or how those things are going up there. Until one day. There you are, Nancy. I thought today's newspaper might be of interest to you. You start reading the newspaper. What is that? Canada's Most Wanted Extra 2-4. Oh, nice. $3,000 reward is Nessa's face on the cover. And Corvus's. The largest article is about Nessa Crabbe. She's considered a fugitive and wanted in connection with Margot's murder, her brother's murder, and kidnapping, assault, and attempted fraud. The article mentions that Nessa's alleged accomplice, Corvus Shaw, is also at large and wanted for his roles in Margot's murder, Evan's kidnapping and murder, assault, and attempted fraud. You're relieved to see no mention of Crimson anywhere, not even in the smallest news items. You figure no news is good news. There's no mention at all about Albert or Carl's attempted sabotage of the Sulaks, only that there will be minor delays due to routine maintenance. They probably want to make sure that there aren't any more explosive devices in and around the locks. But Albert succeeded.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers.
You shudder to
Use your
think of
Twitch
it.
Prime now.
You skim the rest of the newspaper, but nothing else catches your eye. That's a relief, I suppose. Yeah. I hate to sit and wait for these ads to roll through. I know we've got like just minutes, seconds. She walks out of the credits roll and the ads kick in too. Too bad about the whole diamond fiasco, Nancy, but we both knew it was a long shot. If you didn't get subbed, I'm sorry, because you're going to get ads. Good work today, kiddos. See you tomorrow, bright and early. Yes, sir. You start the long walk home. You're relieved that Crimson won't become an open pit mine and that Kimmy and her cormorants are safe and happy. It's fine. Lucky Diner. Hey, hiya, Nancy. Another late night, eh? I've got a bit of a stew saved for you. Kept it nice and warm in the stove. Thanks, Mrs. Williams. I'm starving. Williams. I wonder if she named her Mrs. Williams on purpose. Sierra Roberta Williams has to be. Go on in, lass. I'll serve it up. I'll be down in a bit. Okay, lass. Thank you, Drew Stew. And thank you for the 30 gigantified bits there, Arcade Castle. Okay, lass, take your time. I keep thinking the game's over, and it just keeps going. Mrs. Williams ladles a hearty bowl of stew and slices a bit of bread for you. The food is delicious and warms you to the bone. She sits with you, and the two of you chat about the goings-on in the neighborhood. You're grateful she rents you a room so cheaply. Museum clerks don't get paid very much. Once your belly is full and Mrs. Williams has washed the bowl, she waves you away from this menial task. You step lightly upstairs, lest you wake the others. Gotta milk that denouement, right? I think your portrait... Yeah, it might... Yeah, it does kind of resemble her a little bit, yeah. It went well, both had fun, and it was good. And she just sleeps in her dress. She didn't even change clothes. You fall asleep as your head hits the pillow. You're exhausted, and tomorrow will be another exhausting day. But every exhausting day is another step closer to making your dreams come true. Well done, Nancy. I know, right? Isn't it really? It's really cozy music. You did a good job with sussing out the motives and actions of others and of the other guests, but you missed the mark on a few things. Yes, I did. You scored 12 points out of 24 during your pre-departure ponderings. You performed satisfactorily during your interview with a ranger, but you could have been more helpful. I could have been more helpful. Oh, man. You scored 8 out of 19 during the interview with... Oh, my God, I just did awful. You did pretty well in your investigation reporting of Margot's death. Did I really? Is it going to be another 8 out of, 30 or something? You scored 5 out of 8 for Margot's investigation. What did I miss? That actually is pretty good. Carl Leffler, a.k.a. Albert Ruspa, was tried and found guilty of sabotage of the railway bridge, attempted sabotage of the Sulaks, espionage, fraud, theft, and a litany of other minor charges. He was incarcerated at Kingston Penitentiary until his death 12 years later of a heart attack. The Sulaks were patrolled by the Northwest Mounted Police for the duration of the Great War, and no other sabotage attempts were made. Thanks to his vigilance, Canadian supply lines along the Great Lake waterways remained uninterrupted. This played an important part in Commonwealth war efforts and crucially contributed to the Allied victory. Corvus Shaw got away, fleeing to Britain under an assumed name. He continued to commit fraud and other white-collar crimes and enjoyed a long, quiet life of lavish wealth. Margot was laid to rest alongside Evan and his parents in Crimson's lushly overgrown cemetery. In an informal service attended by Jack, Nathan, and Kimmy, You wish you'd been able to make Nessa face justice for Margot's murder, but at least Margot's at rest where she was loved. Kimi Kishiro stayed on at the lodge until after the autumn migration of birds, when she returned to Vancouver to be with her family. From then on, she'd visit Crimson for the spring and autumn migrations, as well as the cormorant's nesting season every summer. Following Evan's death, Jack remained at the lodge, continuing to take care of it under the supervision of the Cardinal family. When Jack became old and creaky, the Cardinals in turn took care of him. Uh-oh, I can't read all this. Is there a way to scroll down? Nathan Cardinal had a verbal agreement with Evan about the fate of the lodge, but unfortunately Evan died before he was able to put it into writing. Nessa had such serious charges laid against her, including Evan's murder. Her face was put on wanted posters all across Canada, and she was quickly apprehended, found guilty, and as a result, she was unable to meddle further in her brother's affairs. The land and lodge were I think I missed a line because I couldn't see below the in her brother's affairs. The land and lodge were passed on to the Cardinal family with no dispute. With every passing year, everything but the lodge and the train station were slowly reclaimed by the wilderness. The secret of the Crimson Diamonds remained safe and hidden. Nessa Crabbe was never seen again. It could be that she never made it out of the mine, or that she kept a low profile after her escape. If it rankles you that she got away with at least one murder, you find yourself looking over your shoulder often, and you still see her vengeful, firelit face in your nightmares. Evan Richards was buried alongside Margot and his parents in Crimson, which is exactly what he wanted. Some say his restless spirit haunts the cemetery to this day, mourning the suspicious demise of his lady love. You have many sleepless nights over the fact that not only did Nessa get away, but also you weren't able to prove she murdered Margot. You hope Mr. Richards would forgive you if he knew. I think she had enough evidence to prove she murdered Margot. It does seem very difficult, yeah. You continue working diligently as a clerk at the Royal Canadian Museum. A month later, you're accepted at the University of Toronto in the Department of Geology and Paleontology as an undergraduate. Professor Plummer spoke highly of your fieldwork in Crimson in his letter of recommendation. Although your findings weren't revolutionary, he tells you that impeccable work, regardless of result, is the bedrock of any scientific discipline, and that he's very proud of you. A few months later, you receive a letter from Ranger Murdoch, praising your investigative prowess and tenacity in helping to foil the sabotage attempt at the Sioux Locks. He says you're a natural detective and that he hopes your paths will cross again someday. Thank you for playing, and thank you for watching. That was good. That was a very, very fun game. The Adventure Game Studio by Chris Jones, maintained and updated by the AGS community. That was what the game was played in. Tales of Monkey Island next week. So we get to finish up Chapter 3. Tex Murphy made the engine. I know, that was my first thought. I don't think so. I mean, maybe, but I don't think so. So do you think we'll ever go back and try to get some of the points? I do intend to play this again. I'm going to take a break and not play it right away. I'm going to play Monkey Island. But yes, I do want to play this again. And I will be playing this a week from Thursday on GOGCOM. So I might be able to pull this off in 2 or 3 streams, really, because I pretty much know how to play through the game. Obviously, I missed some things. Game Dev Jeff, I know that name. Maybe in a second playthrough, you'll be able to hang the flypaper. I know, and now I'm really wondering. I mean, seriously, I wonder if there is a way to end this with Evan not being killed. That's one big question in my mind. I feel like I could load a save and try it again, see if I can find a way to keep him from being killed. I have no idea. And then maybe you can hang fly paper on the wall if you choose other paths. So many people. Pixel Turkey. Yeah. I'm looking through these and I'm picking up a couple of names that I've recognized. Taco Adventure. The Classic Gamers Guild. And Pixel Turkey herself is developing a game. That I didn't know. Special thanks to Crimson Tuesday. It's Tuesday. All right. Yeah, that game blew me away. That was she did an amazing thing with this game. Maybe somehow you could save Evan and get away with a sack full of diamonds and then pretend it didn't come from there. All right. It's 30 minutes past my end time, and I got to get up for work in the morning, and it's been a long day. I want to say thank you very much, and I really appreciate you guys joining me through this entire journey with the Crimson Diamond, which is just fantastic. You can get it on Steam. You can get it on GOG. Just get it on GOG. It's available there. Get it now. It's a blast. It's worth it. It's 10% off, I think, on GOG right now, too. Anyway, I'm going to kick over the end screen here, and I'm going to test something out. Let's see how these credits work. I think I got credits set up. Anonymous gifter. Holy shit.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 subscription
Rabbit,
to Draconic Dude.
Draconic Dude, enjoy your 3 months from an anonymous gifter who is they just every once in a while show up in my stream and gift subs. Thank you very much for that, especially for 3 freaking months. A 3-month. Yes. 3 months. Thank you. Thank you so much, Anonymous. And thank you all again for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the raids. Let's see if these end credits that I set up on the final screen works. It might be laughably stupid, so you're warned. Good night, all.